Yes. Would they be able to give you that?
Where is the students? Those Simon. Where are the students? You take copy. Okay. So, your paper number, this and this. True? This and this. Yes. Okay. Okay. At the end of the end. Yes. For lunch.
He wanted to get from here chairing the session. I'm just hoping that is there anybody else needing to get a files copied across? Okay. Not. Then let's go ahead and start with the first presenter. And to check we're supposed to start now.
No, not this one.
So, let's see, this Evelini.
Yeah.
Sorry, my pronunciation is okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, electrical engineering, but now I'm just a software developer. The institute I work at, I am just providing. Yes. We are mostly doing automation and communication, but my field is industrial. When I'm in the business, I also have power generation, water. Mostly what I do is just no one. Sessions second Oh, perfect. I'm actually here to listen to your presentation about digital twins. What do you also do?
Okay. Hello, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Dr. Oluwafemi Oni. So I will be presenting on behalf of one of my students, Willie McLogo, who did the research on voltage fluctuation correction for renewable energy system and distribution network. So the work is sponsored by Smart Grid Research Center in the Department of Electrical Power Engineering, Global University of Technology. So outline, I'll be looking at the introduction, renewable energy integration, voltage correction techniques, voltage fluctuation correction, the design model, and then the results that we got so far. So why the need for voltage fluctuation correction is because of the intermittencies in the renewable energy integration. And as we all know that South Africa currently is going through a phase of load shedding. So everyone will now want to actually inject renewable energy into the grid. And by doing so, they actually create some amount of harmonics into the system. Some is which can cause voltage imbalance, especially in distribution network. So we're looking at different homeowners who are having maybe a solar PV or maybe a wind turbine, actually to supplement their energy consumption and all those things, and they actually want to have a grid type. So in such a situation, possibility abounds that there will be some amount of harmonics or voltage fluctuation in the system. So we look at a situation. In fact, currently in South Africa, electric vehicles are also becoming very important and very popular. Many charging stations are also increasing on the line along the M30. So, and as this charging station also increases, there is a lot of harmonics coming from the charging of electric vehicle going into the systems. So all those things are why there is need for what? For voltage fluctuation correction like this. So we are looking at a situation whereby there is a system whereby our source is in balance, and then there's an injection of energy storage system whereby it makes the sinusoidal system perfect. So this is just a simple sketch of what the student did. So these are just literature review talks about different power quality problems like your normal, your sag, swell, interruption. There is another surge which is transient and all those things which can actually happen in your distribution network. So these are different techniques. There is DVR, voltage destroyer, STATCOM, AVR, STC, SVC. Then you can have a DGs, distribution generator system. You can have even a filter to actually try to filter some harmonics from your distribution networks. So all these ones are different techniques in correcting either your power quality or your voltage or your current, just to make sure that you have less harmonics on your systems. So in looking at it, before injecting your anything into the grid, you have to look at the phase and then the voltage, at least to actually make sure that they are matching to have a synchronous system, to make sure that your system is actually working according in phase. So, so the fluctuation correction is essential in that it creates a stable and reliable operation, especially for appliances. We've seen an invited guest who came to give a talk and gave a little bit of scenario whereby an electric vehicle charging station was nearby a company whereby, so, and once the electric vehicle is being charged, all the PC just switch off, even the printer, when you send it just jam. And they were looking at the problem, what is causing that. And when they trace where the source is coming from, they trace it to where the charging station of the EV. So which is part of the reason why voltage fluctuation is a critical aspect of distribution network. So this is the design model, especially for the techniques used, whereby there is a DC source as your energy storage, and then it goes through 2-level converters, and then this is a switch, and then the RL and RC filters to make sure series filter, and then this is the full design model now. So a measurement was taken at the load end and then at the source before injection of the AVR, and then there is input of fault on the system as well. So, and this is the simulation result that was gotten when it's simulated on MATLAB. So there is a situation whereby there is a voltage swell, voltage sag, and then this is at the load. This is at the load end. And then when the techniques was used, which is trying to create a little bit of supply into this swell and then sag, you see that at the load, the voltage for our load, and this is the voltage injection, we see that our voltage became a perfect sinusoidal, at least to make sure that from our appliances, where we actually needed the power, the voltage and everything is in phase and there is no any fault, and then our appliances can work perfectly. So, and this is the summary of what the student was able to get. And then the student also make a little bit of design, a physical design of this prototype to make sure that they're actually working, which is not included in the simulation, or is included in the final report. So, in conclusion, we know that voltage fluctuation is very common, especially currently now whereby ESCOM is actually fighting. We see a lot of flickerings in the light, which is as a result of heavy load or maybe heavy equipment being plugged. So external hardware application is implemented in this research to actually enhance the power quality and to actually help in improving power quality, especially when there is inclusion of renewable energy, like your solar PV or your wind, whereby there is some intermittencies of the system. So the benefits include system efficiency, increased equipment lifespan, and reduced maintenance cost. Because as this thing has damaging effect on your appliances, you see that you need to actually sometimes it can even cause your appliances to stop functioning, whereby you have to actually go and so, and the future research direction have recommended that this help a way in which to help mitigate power quality challenges for renewable energies to actually have more filters or maybe create a more stable converter system to make sure that inclusion of your renewable battery storage system, or you can use superconducting capacitor to actually help in supplementing your storage, so that as you are including it in the grid or your distribution network, it creates a perfect sinusoidal waveform to your appliances. Thank you. That's my
Got any questions? I've got a quick question there. Just in terms of the frequency
Yes.
that your system can deal with, so is that mainly for domestic? So depending on what side you're on, if you're on the DC or the AC side,
Oh,
so
yeah.
is that more based on like connecting for mains like 50 hertz?
Yes, yes, 50 hertz.
Okay.
So actually, it's a distribution network, and the frequency tolerance, though for distribution, the frequency tolerance is a little bit high because it's in distribution apart from the but still, in designing the model, the frequency is 50 hertz for the distribution network, and the voltage is a low voltage. It's a very low voltage, 11 kV system.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah.
Let's hand over to the next presenter, please.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tienus Westhuizen. I'm a first-year master's student at Stellenbosch University. My supervisor is Dr. Chantal van Staden, and the title of our publication is a literature review on wind and solar pattern analysis for enhanced grid planning. Now, the integration of renewable energy, notably solar and wind, has gained significant momentum in recent years. There has been a global shift towards a more sustainable energy infrastructure. While wind and solar power offers a clean, conventional alternative to conventional fossil fuels, they can introduce some formidable challenges. These challenges can include voltage and frequency fluctuations, grid instability and unreliability, harmonics, and so forth. In this context, it becomes clear that categorizing these resource patterns can be essential for efficient grid management. It can help in predicting energy patterns for better resource allocation, grid balancing purposes, energy dispatch strategies, as well as have a better anticipation for energy demand and supply dynamics. Our literature review delves into various machine learning algorithms that have been employed in practice, and we look at some of their strengths and potential challenges. This is just a rough overview of the data mining approach. We touched quickly on dimensionality reduction techniques or feature extraction, as well as the most popular machine learning algorithms that have been employed. So handling large data sets can be challenging, and feature extraction can become essential in this context. Feature extraction allows you to distill the large volume of the data down to its most representative points, allowing a better understanding of the underlying patterns of a data set. And this also improves machine learning accuracy. Some simple examples of dimensionality reduction techniques is principal component analysis, PCA, which is usually applied to linear data, kernel PCA, which is an adopted version of PCA, working on non-linear data. And another one is Fourier analysis, which can decompose a signal down to its most constituent frequencies, helpful for understanding any periodic patterns in renewable energy data. So clustering is important in data mining, especially when data lacks objects. Clustering uses machine learning algorithms to give labels to observations that are similar, grouping them in a group of similar characteristics. And they use a type of distance metric, which is usually a Euclidean distance, but it can be any user-defined similarity metric. Hierarchical clustering groups data into a dendrogram tree through either agglomerative or divisive methods. Agglomerative follows a bottom to top approach, and divisive hierarchical clustering follows a top to down approach. And the divisive algorithm is also rarely used in practice, considering it is computationally expensive. And in general, hierarchical clustering have some drawbacks in that they lack robustness and is sensitive to outliers. They also tend to form more spherical clusters, and when these algorithms are used for data representation, they have usually a trade-off between the intertemporal correlation and their representativeness, especially when fewer clusters are needed. Now, novel methods have been adopted to overcome these trade-offs, particularly the multi-chrono algorithm, which is an improved version of the agglomerative clustering. Multi-chrono overcomes these trade-offs by effectively capturing the intertemporal correlation of the data at few clusters. This allows you to see any seasonal or non-patterned patterns or clusters in energy sources like solar, wind power, and it can also significantly reduce the time complexity which the original hierarchical clustering algorithms suffer. Partitioning clustering algorithms such as k-means and k-medoids is known for its simplicity and efficiency. These algorithms iteratively refine cluster centroids towards a representative centroid, and k-means is fast and forms compact clusters, but it's a bit sensitive to outliers, and also requires a predefined number of clusters. Just like k-medoids, however, k-medoids is a bit more robust against outliers at the cost of it being a bit more computationally expensive. Both of these algorithms have been employed in practice, in particularly to group potential geographical sites for hybrid renewable energy projects. And in that specific study, k-means outperformed k-medoids in terms of clustering quality when measuring the Dunn index, and k-medoids yielded locations with a higher average energy production. But in general, partitioning clustering provides new insights into clustering performance for renewable energy site selection. Density-based clustering such as DB-scan identifies clusters based on a data point density, effectively handling outliers as noise. They can automatically determine the number of clusters required. However, there are some careful tuning required for getting the parameters right, which is the minimum number of samples and epsilon. But this algorithm is useful when power curves is, for example, being estimated from wind power generation, which is complicated in itself because of the data variations and outliers. And DB-scan can especially be beneficial when combined with k-means, where DB-scan eliminates outliers and k-means can be applied to that new data set, constructing robust and compact clusters. Fuzzy clustering, or fuzzy C-means, allows for flexible cluster membership and accommodates overlapping cluster boundaries. This approach is valuable for categorizing renewable energy patterns with unclear boundaries or uncertainty effectively. They may have a slower convergence and requires a predefined number of clusters, but they excel in data overlap. For example, fuzzy C means can classify hourly solar radiation data into different intensity levels, enabling a precise understanding of the underlying solar energy availability. This classification has been used to inform the sizing of PV systems, ensuring it's equipped with sufficient solar energy based on their varying radiation levels. It can also guide insights for the selection of the appropriate number of and size of PV panels and batteries. We also briefly went over other clustering techniques, such as self-organizing maps, which is a neural network type of approach, and it can excel in detecting complex data patterns, especially in atmospheric data, where it can effectively identify where the red maze. I think that study performed it on wind speed data and sea level pressure on the southern China Sea, and it effectively handled noise accurately. But of course, this algorithm does require a substantial amount of computational power. Spectral clustering leverages an eigenvalue type of approach, where it transforms a data set to the eigenvector space, and thereafter any classical clustering algorithm can be applied to it, which will yield more separation or separated clusters. And it's also adaptable across different data types and aids in dimensionality reduction. So both of these methods are addresses the inherent variability of the wind and power generation. SOM can enhance the prediction and understanding of wind resource potential, facilitating in better planning, especially in coastal regions, to wind intermittency. And spectral clustering refines short-term forecast accuracy for large wind farms by grouping similar patterns. So to conclude this presentation, there has been a rapid integration of renewable energy into the electrical grid, and this requires advanced machine learning techniques, and utilizing the right algorithms paired with a good feature extraction technique can yield good compact clusters and results, and this can be grow to a more sustainable and resilient energy future. Thank you.
Any questions?
How did you cluster wind speed?
Are you talking in general or this results?
The results, yes.
Okay, so how I clustered this is I used a feature extraction technique, the time of use clusters. So the time of use clusters was extracted by looking at the energy demand of South Africa. For example, we usually have peak periods between 6 a.m. and 8 a.m. and then again at 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. Took those and extracted 3 different data sets from the original time series set. So peak, off-peak, and on standard periods. And then I've just extracted mean and standard deviation, which captures the annual mean and the variation of the data. And then in the end, I have 6 features, which is my time of use feature set. And then I just applied k-means to that to construct a well-defined compact clusters.
Yeah, so would you use different SOM models at different times of year? Or what would your approach be to that? Or do you use one for any time of year?
You can use it for one for any time of year. I think it depends on your application and what you want to analyze. You can break up the data set into different times of the year, but if your data set becomes too large, I would say then you will see more not much variation in the data unless you perform feature extraction.
Yes. The problem that I've had with SOMs before is that it kind of tends to converge.
Yes,
often quite rapidly.
Yeah.
And that can, the rest of your predictions and things can be very much skewed
Yes.
by the need for training sets.
Yeah.
I was wondering if it needs every now and then new training applied to? How long would a trained SOM last?
Yeah, I haven't done much of some, but
Oh, anyone up there?
how long training? Well, it depends again on the type of data set. The larger the data set, the much larger your algorithm will run. That's why feature extraction can be very valuable and really reduce the computational time. But I've seen a couple of hours runtime when no feature extraction is applied.
Because partly why I asked that is because there's so much change in
Yeah,
climate, you know.
yeah, that's true.
There's this amino wind that causes a lot of havoc
Yeah,
in South Africa.
yeah,
And thinking that if there is a situation where there's bad conditions, maybe one needs to swap the models around.
yeah.
So
Yeah, no, I agree. That's definitely a valid option.
good topic.
Thank you.
Thanks. Last question. Would be good. We should end next again.
You guys need a picture of it?
If you're done.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, ooh, that's bright. Good afternoon, my name is Mike Davis. Today we'll be talking about a theoretical economic investigation of a novel dual rotor cascaded wind turbine and green hydrogen production. A little bit about myself before we get into it. I'm from the United States. I am a PhD candidate in systems engineering, bachelor's of mechanical engineering, master's electrical engineering, master's business. I currently work as a project manager for an EPC company in the United States. We build wind and solar farms, power plants. So the purpose of this paper is to take a design that we've got that we're working on and try to, theorize economically like how we can drive the cost of production for green hydrogen down further, because it's a little on the expensive side and it would be cooler if it was cheaper. So get right into it. So the first thing we'll talk about is a brief introduction. We'll talk about the system components for the prototype turbine that we'll be analyzing, and then we'll talk about the hydrogen electrolysis utilizing wind turbines, and then wind turbine generator sourced green hydrogen economic analysis, and then our conclusion.
You full screen it, please.
Oh, sure, yeah. Okay, so first produced in the 16th century by reaction of acids of metal, hydrogen industrial production in the current era is primarily derived from coal gasification or reforming or steam reforming of natural gas. Production of hydrogen by means of electrolysis of water makes a very small portion of the total production, as it requires significantly more electrical energy. As of 2020, carbon-based sources such as fossil fuels account for 99% of hydrogen fuel produced globally. Gray hydrogen are stuff made via steam. Reforming natural gas accounts for 95% of the hydrogen production market, and green hydrogen, that's renewable source. So that's power produced from wind turbines, power produced from solar power plants that's used to decompose hydrogen. It's less than 0.1%. This is a picture of a prototype, of such a prototype station right there. We've got a wind turbine connected directly to electrolysis. So, wishing to reduce the carbon footprint of hydrogen and reduce the cost of hydrogen production on a global scale, looking at ways to connect wind turbine generators directly to electrolyzers. These electrolyzer connected wind turbines would, instead of being connected to an electricity grid, they'd instead be connected directly to an electrolyzer for the purpose of using that energy to decompose water into hydrogen and oxygen for storage and future transport to consumers. So this is a little offshore rendering, right? So you've got the turbine on a platform, you've got your electrolysis facility there, and then you've got your pipeline back to the mainland where you're storing it in tanks until, you know, it's ready to be consumed by the downstream user. So current works right now, Siemens Gamesa in Denmark's got a project, the Brand Hydrogen Project. It's a 3 megawatt wind turbine connected directly to a 430 peak capacity electrolyzer with a contract in place with the Danish company Everfuel to distribute 100% of the green hydrogen produced by the project to refueling stations across Denmark, such as Copenhagen. They want to use it for fueling taxis. Taking the concept further, we're going to do a theoretical analysis on 2 different wind farms. One that's featuring like very typical commercial scale wind turbines, and then another wind farm, same number of turbines, but having upgraded all of these to this theoretical device that we're about to talk about. So this is the prototype for this wind turbine design that we created. It's got 2 rotors that operate independently of each other. Each one is connected to its own generator. So they each produce power, their own power independently. There's some quick specs about it. It's 1.9 meters tall. Per rotor outputs about 5 watts. Total device outputs 8.8 watts. It's made out of ABS plastic. We 3D printed almost all of it. It's got a planetary gearbox, and we hand-made the generators. Generators are 12 coils, 475 wraps at a 34 gauge copper. This is kind of an exploded view of it. So here you can kind of see these are telescopic shafts. So this shaft will fit inside of this one, and they'll connect to the generator here. And then this one will pass through this generator and connect here. So you've got a gearbox bolted directly onto each generator, so generator and generator. And these operate completely independently of each other. If you saw my previous presentation, you're very familiar with this already. We'll show a quick little video to kind of show it spinning in action. Kind of helps people visualize what's going on. But as you can see, so this is it running. You see the front blades spin a little bit faster than the back blades. And each generator is connected to one of these LEDs, so showing that they're producing power. And kind of do like a little side view here. So the white is the gearbox, and then the purple is the generator. So we kind of combine them too. So this is for the first rotor, and this generator is for the front rotor. Yeah. All right. Moving on. All right. So we can build wind farms out of this tech that we're talking about right now, but I think a much more lucrative approach would be retrofitting existing wind turbine assets with this technology. We have to de-energize the wind turbine circuits for the circuits that these turbines are connected to. We'd have to remove the 3 existing blades. We'd have to remove the nacelle. We'd have to either upgrade the existing nacelle or bring in a new nacelle equipped with the new generator tech, install the new blades. From testing, it generates approximately 70% more power. We'll talk about that a little more in detail going along. Quick recap of electrolysis. So electrochemical water splitting, utilization of electricity to decompose water into its base elements of oxygen and hydrogen gas. Release display, hydrogen gas is able to be remixed with oxygen and synthesized oxyhydrogen gas or be utilized in its gas form as hydrogen fuel. So due to its high cost of production when compared to hydrogen produced via fossil fuels, electrolytic processes for hydrogen gas production are rarely utilized in industrial applications because it is expensive to make. We've got some quick little usages of it. So we've got a lot of it being used for transportation, heat and power for buildings, heat and power for industry. I don't think this figure showed it very well on this. It's very small. And then industry and livestock are the main uses and main emission sources, right? So hydrogen is the most competitive low carbon solution for things like backup generators, methanol, blending of hydrogen in gas networks, fertilizers, steel, combined cycle turbines. Less competitive to things like remote generators, syn fuel for aviation, compact urban cars, mid-size, short-range vehicles, things like that, right? So for transportation, things like battery vehicle, biofuel for aviation and large ferries, electric, catenary for trains, heat and power for buildings, low carbon competitions like biogas, natural gas, coal with CCS, and then heat and power industries, so heat pumps, right? Low carbon competitions there, and then industry feedstock, so natural gas and coal. So basically, sources for green hydrogen, so our pathways, so coming from wind, coming from indirect PV solar, coming from geothermal, direct solar, and biomass. So the energy from wind, solar, and geothermal, we'll extract that energy, utilize it to decompose water into hydrogen, and then we'll use it for fuel and storage. Direct solar, direct decomposes it, right, and then it goes straight to be utilized as fuel or storage. And then from biomass, it can literally just, there's no energy conversion required. So this is a lot of calculations. So I broke these calculations out in very high detail in my paper, but it was a lot to type here. I started and I was like, well, this is too much. So these are all of the assumptions that were made for this. We'll kind of go through them a little bit. So this is wind farm, wind turbine, and hydrogen production parameters. The base thing, which is how everything's dictated, is the power purchase agreement per kilowatt is how much someone's willing to pay for the power, because that's how you can base how much all this stuff is going to cost from there. So you need to know how much the power is even worth before you start assigning cost things. So this is assuming a power purchase agreement price per kilowatt of 0.0325 cents American. Power plant design life is 25 years. Electrolysis energy requirements per kilowatt. It's 48 kilowatts to make 1 kilogram of hydrogen gas. It's not a pure, we didn't assume pure efficiency, right? I think pure efficiency is like 39 kilowatts, I believe. So, because we don't have a pure efficient process. So we try to be on the conservative side. Hydrogen storage cost per kilogram is assumed to be 30 cents per kilogram to store hydrogen gas. Capacity factor for the turbines, 40%. Wind turbine megawatts, these are assumed to be 4.5 megawatt wind turbines, which is a pretty common onshore class wind turbine in the United States now. Total wind turbine structures in this wind farm that we're imagining is 67. Annual wind turbine maintenance costs, we're assuming $45,000 for annual maintenance for wind turbines, which is on the average side. Honestly, single rotor wind turbine price per megawatt, so it costs about $1 million per megawatt for these turbines. So if you're buying a 4.5 megawatt turbine, it costs about $4.5 million. The nameplate capacity of the wind farm, 301.5 megawatts. This is coming directly from a wind farm I built. They were 67 4.5 megawatt wind turbines, and that's the wattage and everything. So I basically took that wind farm and then I applied our device to it to see the price differences. So that's kind of where these numbers are coming from. So the construction cost for the wind farm is about $140 million to put it together. So the total cost of the wind farm, that's including the turbine price and everything, you're looking at $441,500,000. The retrofit power gain assumed is 81.43%. This comes from previous research I presented at this conference this morning. We did some performance testing, and that's about the percentage that we were getting from the device that I showed in the video. The retrofitted nameplate capacity of the wind farm is 547 megawatts. Retrofitted price per megawatt is about $1.3 million, so it's about 300,000 additional dollars per megawatt to retrofit these existing turbines. The construction cost to build the retrofitted farm is about $182 million, for a total retrofitted wind farm cost of $573,950,000. Which is, really not a large cost increase for increasing your assets energy production by such a high level, right? So the single rotor's annual kilowatt production, it's about 1 billion kilowatts annually. Annual revenue is $34 million. Annual hydrogen production in kilograms for a single rotor wind farm is about 22 million kilograms of hydrogen gas a year. The storage cost for that is about 6.6 million. And then the annual profit that it would make, if you're assuming that you're selling this, is 9.95 million. So the total cost per kilogram for a single rotor, you're looking at about $2.21 per kilogram hydrogen. Now we're looking at the retrofitted numbers. Annual production is about 1.9 billion kilowatts. Annual revenue is about 62 million. Annual hydrogen production in kilograms is about 39.9 million kilograms of hydrogen. You're paying about 12 million in storage costs, and your retrofit profit's about 27 million. So you're looking at a cost per kilogram, theoretically, of course, of $1.47, which is a reduction of 74 cents. This is it summarized. I just said a lot of numbers, right? But this is it summarized. And this is assuming that the decomposing 1 kilogram is 48 kilowatt of power. So this is basically what we're looking at. So this is the nameplate capacity of each wind farm. This is the total power plant cost. This is purchasing all assets. This is building the entire thing up to commissioning, commercialization, and this is assuming all of that power was being purely dedicated to producing hydrogen. This is about what you're looking at, which is still on the high side, right? But it's better. I'm gonna back up one. So this is our assumptions on the left side. So we assumed 81.43% power gain from the retrofitted wind turbine. That's from our previous research. Annual profit, so that's defined as our annual revenue minus our wind farm's construction cost, allocated equally across the wind farm's design life, and then our wind turbine maintenance per wind turbine, and then the hydrogen storage cost. And then the hydrogen storage, gas storage cost is soon to be 30 cents a kilogram. Saying it again. Yeah, so some future works, right? Yeah, I took that picture. It's nice. The green doesn't show up good on this projection though. So the cost of making green hydrogen this way, we can reduce it obviously for using this tech. When it's compared to a single rotor wind farm, you're looking at a cost reduction of about 74 cents per kilogram, right? We try to be pretty conservative in the analysis, but still real life is always different than, application is always different than theory, right? So we try to be conservative to account for that. While it does reduce the production cost significantly, analysis doesn't factor in transport of hydrogen to its end user, which is a big deal. We only account for storing it. We don't account for trucks having to come pick it up and bring it to wherever it needs to go, which can cost a lot of money depending on where it's going. So work in areas that reduce the overall cost of wind and solar power systems is going to reduce the production cost. Because I mean, just the regular 301 megawatt wind farm, I mean, this costs in US dollars $441 million, right? So yeah, the plant lasts for 25 years, but it's a lot of money. Evolution in construction technologies to kind of bring construction costs down. It's going to help drive these prices down a lot. Wind turbine components getting cheaper is going to drive these costs down a lot as well. Yeah, and in closing note, right, as we all know, global population aims to reduce carbon emissions. Wind and solar sources are key to achieving such a future. That's all I got. Do we have any questions? Thank you.
Thank you. That was very deep.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. I try to keep it pretty surface level, right, to not bore everybody. So I appreciate that a lot.
Yeah, any questions? If I can ask a quick question.
Sure.
So my worry there was when you were thinking about the storage of hydrogen.
Yes.
So the problems there is with the piping. How long was that piping?
Oh, so that was purely theoretical. So that's a thing, right? Yeah, piping is very expensive if you're going a long ways, right? So, in the theory for this one that we designed, the storage is on site. It's not being shipped out, 100 kilometers or something. It would be stored on site because that's not, like I said, the distance for storage cost that's basically, we assume the cost of the tanks. And setting the tanks up, not any kind of pipeline considerations, because that can vary wildly.
Yeah.
So we try to make it as self-contained as possible.
And with that storage, okay, so does that maintenance cost, that 45K, does that include?
For the wind turbines?
Is that just for the wind turbines?
It's just for wind turbines, yeah. That doesn't account for the storage. That does not account for the storage, right? So yeah.
Okay, and then so with that, would yeah, okay. I think you've answered most of my things, but I'm just concerned with the storage aspect of the compression for that.
Yeah.
I imagine you're going to be compressing.
Yeah, well, try, yeah.
And
So we can maximize the amount of what we're storing, right? So
and does the cost of the storage include the
Yes, it does.
electricity that you need for doing the compression?
I believe it does. Yes, I believe it does. Because that's a good one too, right? Because you need to power the pump to compress this stuff, right?
Yeah,
So yeah, yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, no, not a problem. Thank you.
Okay, let me ask a question.
Oh yeah, yes sir.
Yeah, please, what was the design marks in terms of wind speed? Did you design based on the worst wind speed scenario?
No, we designed based on an average wind speed scenario. So that wind site, I think the maximum it gets is like 17 meters per second, but the average operating is probably around 10.
So if you consider the average, what's going to happen when it's the minimum wind speed? Is your design going to work?
I mean, it'll work. Yeah, if you produce less power, that's less power that you can allocate for hydrogen production. So, but there's also a maximum, right? Because like wind speeds exceed a certain threshold, the turbines, the blades pitch themselves out so they stop rotating, right? Because if they spin too fast, it can damage the turbines as well. So there's like a happy range it likes to be in, which is accounted for in that. And if anything that varies outside of that, it kind of varies out. If it varies outside of the operational range of the turbine, it's not going to produce hydrogen because the system's not designed for that. So if the wind speeds are too low, it just won't move. And if wind speeds are too fast, it also won't move.
You mean that you have some factor that you need to also...
Right, so the nameplate capacity, so how power purchasing agreements work in real life, the plant can produce more power than its nameplate capacity, but the the utility agrees to buy a certain amount of power from you. It doesn't matter if you can make more, they only want this much. If you produce more, that's on you, we don't want it. I only want 300 megawatts. If you make more than that, I don't want it. So the plants can produce more, but usually the people buying it won't accept more. At least that's how it is in the United States. So we negotiate power purchase agreements where this utility says, I'm willing to purchase this amount of power and this is how much I'm going to pay you. And we say, okay, cool. We'll design this plant to that factor plus 10% or plus 15%. Just to account for, like, if it's a slow wind day, you can still meet your capacity.
Yeah, but here you had like the electrolysis scenario where you have your production in your own hand, I would say. So it's a bit different from selling the energy directly than producing hydrogen. So the scenario is, from the basic setup, a bit different, I would say.
So in order to account for that, because it's kind of difficult to assign dollar values to things unless you assign a kilowatt value to it, which you can only do if you assume there's like if we built this plant, like what would the equivalent power purchase agreement dollar value be? And we just kind of use that as our basis, because otherwise you can't really assign dollar values to it. If you don't know how much someone's willing to pay for this power, how do I know how much this power is that I'm using to make this hydrogen? Because then how can I say this is how much the hydrogen costs? Because I don't know how much the power costs to make it. So I don't know how much it is. So we assign a dollar value on it based on an assumed power purchase agreement. This is the only way. The only value is how much someone's willing to pay for it.
Okay, one last question.
Related to the question about the compression of the hydrogen, in addition to making hydrogen, you're also making oxygen, of course.
That's correct.
Which is also probably a valuable commodity.
It can be. In this scenario, it's considered a byproduct, but yeah, it can be.
Okay, great.
Thank you. Yep. Thank you. Good comment. Yeah. Thank you.
Our next presenter, please. Are you ready?
Is a presenter here? That was supposed to be the section in.
No, he's not here. So let's see, that will be next one, that is Scopeton. Oh,
Is someone not here or something?
I think so. The chairman, vision chair, is also supposed to be presenting now, but he didn't show up. Something happened.
Oh, so he's subbing in for him?
Yep.
Ooh.
Yes, hi. Sorry, that's not official, but hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Achiro Daphne. I'm from the University of Johannesburg. Mine is not about a power grid or a smart grid, but it's about groundwater and management of the Jukski River catchment in South Africa. And do you guys know about Jukski?
Of course.
Yes, a very dirty river. Yeah, so mine is just, I was supposed to create, I'm supposed to create, or I created, a groundwater management application using a TypeScript and MySQL approach. So this is the outline of my presentation. I'll not, I think you can read what's there on the board. I will not say much about it. I'll be a bit quick because I think this has happened so many times during this session. So we have an introduction, a problem statement, objectives, research questions, methodology. This is all about my presentation. So generally, in the TypeScript and SQL space, we have been using a lot of applications. So one of the things that was unique, that inspired this project, was that there's been a water shortage in Africa generally, but especially South Africa. I'm not from South Africa originally, I'm from Uganda. But in South Africa, water is kind of a bit of a challenge. Even this whole year, I think it has rained probably about 5 times if I could count, or 10 times the whole year in Johannesburg specifically. So water is actually a very big problem. And TypeScript is a new, I think it's about 10 years. People have been using TypeScript for about 10 years because JavaScript had a few limitations in terms of upscaling. So the founder decided to create TypeScript to counter some of the challenges that JavaScript was having. And this application is built on TypeScript and SQL. SQL is a database for big data sets, management of big data sets generally. So this is my problem that I'm trying to address, a water scarcity problem, and also generally with the Department of Water and Sanitation in Johannesburg, Pretoria specifically. They don't have a lot of technical programming to manage their catchments. So you find the average engineer, I worked as an engineer in a rural area, and whenever there were visits and site visits, it was very hard to get information and anything very quickly on your fingertips or on your phone. So this is what this application generally addresses. And also it helps you understand the climatic and groundwater interactions generally that happen along the, especially for the Jukski River catchment. So these are some of the questions that my research really addressed. First of all, I'm really trying to test and see how TypeScript and SQL really work for an application to manage the groundwater above everything. This is some of the literature that we reviewed. I can see that many people have adopted computer applications to manage water, but not extensively and not specifically in many areas. But so this is the literature that I found. But I noticed that it really helps a lot with creating reliable results and handling big data sets. For my research, my data set was about for a period of 37 years, from about 1985. I don't have it written here, but it's really about 1985 to 2021. That's the data period that was used to create this application. So as you can see, the methodology, our client application, which would be like the user interface, was created using TypeScript specifically. And then we have an API joining that to the database, which is MySQL. That is where all the information and all the data that I had collected for those 37 years was placed in the database. So, this is just, I don't know how I can play this video. Wait a second. So, this is just a demo of how the system really works. This is generally a demo of how the system really works. This is the site. It's a progressive web application. So you can open this on your phone and you can open it on your laptop. So it has a filter for the year, for the location, Gauteng, Pretoria. It has a filter for the methods that were used to get this data. It also has a filter to help you understand the water level status, or the status of the borehole, whether it's obstructed, whether the water is static, whether it's suspect data, whether it's temporarily dry. So, and it also has another filter to show you which borehole are you looking at in particular. So when you click any of these, here we studied about 460 boreholes. So if you click any of these, it will actually take you, here I'm using all. And when you click all, it gives you the trends across the years. As you can see, 1992 to 2021, you can see the borehole trends. Generally, this graph specifically shows that there is data that has been collected over these boreholes, but it has been reducing. So you find when the authorities began collecting data, they started at 460. They were excited. They had 460. Then with time, it was 100. Now, of recent, it has been like 18 boreholes that had data. That was in 2021. So you find that the management status has slowly been reducing, and it has become a cumbersome experiment, especially for the water authorities. It also has a map. This map shows you the different locations about where the different boreholes are. If you're an engineer, if you're a water engineer, if you're an authority, or even someone in the general public who wants to know how your assets are performing in regards to water, this is generally what the system tells us. And if you filter according to whichever borehole you want to find out information, it will tell you. Now like here, we picked one of the boreholes there, and it will give you details for that specific borehole according to how it has performed across the years. Yeah, it was a bit slow, but this is it. So let us move on. Okay. So back to my presentation. Yes, so it's a progressive web application. You can use this on this is now an iPhone. You can open this up on any device. It also has filters for temperature, something called the NDVI index, which is just a vegetation cover reflector or indicator. So this is on the iPhone, and this is on the Android. This is what it really looks like. So for any person who is using it, you don't have to be an average. You don't have to be an iPhone user, or you can be an Android user and an iPhone user, and you'll be able to use the application. So generally, groundwater trends have been reducing. But most importantly, this was about the TypeScript and SQL approach. And what we realized is that TypeScript actually creates very strong and reliable systems. The layout stability was really strong, and it was resilient, except that We didn't have any third party blocking intervention in terms of security. That, our cyber security section wasn't very strong. But in terms of loading, it was fair. Not very bad, but just a bit in the fair lane. But but in terms of usability, it was good, very functional, very easy to use for the average person. But also, it had very good layout stability. So this is just the status. This is one of this is one of the things that the application can give you when you click on the site. Yeah. So this research was unique to the Juxkey River catchment, but it can be applied in other catchments as well. Another element that this application didn't have was the ArcGIS element, where you can embed actual ArcGIS data from a file, from an ArcGIS file. That was the only limitation that it had. And then it also had the ability to get real-time data from the borehole. Although that section of the research will be for future studies, but the infrastructure or the architect system was built in such a way that it can accommodate real data analytics for someone who is managing a catchment. So generally, I would recommend TypeScript for managing a data set. It would be a very good and strong and reliable way of producing applications, especially when you're managing big data sets and there's so many instructions that keep on coming. So when you use TypeScript, the code doesn't easily change. It's more strongly typed, so it doesn't easily change, and it's not as flexible and as dynamic as Python would be. Although Python is still the best in terms of AI, they got very good ratings. But this is another approach if you don't want to make a lot of mistakes as you are designing an application. Thank you. I had two things to present, so I'll just two papers to present. Wow, who is that person who likes presenting like me? So I had to wait. Where is the file? The document.
Can we ask before you forget the questions?
Yes, before you forget the questions.
Definitely. What's the difference between the model that you are proposing here and the blue drop systems that we have in the country?
So I've been trying to get data from the system. The systems that the model I'm proposing here is an integrated system that where you can access all the data from those different modes. Because what I noticed when I went to the Department of Water and Sanitation, everything was compartmentalized. So everything was in a different portion. You get this information from here. After like 1 month, this other department will have to give you this other information. So that was kind of the system that was there. But now for an outsider like me, I struggled to get integrated information about this catchment. Like if you're doing research and you don't have a lot of time, it would be nice to go to one area where you can get all these analytics real time. But the main difference between this and what is available is that this application will provide real time analytics. So in my next, maybe that will be for a further study. In the next thing, it will be proposing to put a sensor at one borehole, and then that sensor sends information to this application, and you just keep seeing how the graph moves with time. Because I noticed that the challenge that they have is actually picking real-time data from the boreholes, and that hasn't yet been done.
So as you also factor the water status level.
Yes.
Within that, are you able to account for example, contamination of water in that?
For right now, contamination will have to be done using the sensors. That's the sensor. So we'll have to get a sensor that will be unique to understand the contamination status of because when you put the sensor in the borehole, it should be able to give certain characteristics of the water as it progresses. But then the important thing is that it will keep sending that information to this platform, because this one you can access it on any. It's a progressive website application.
Yeah, can I quickly ask, is that just because it's the same topic?
Yes.
Is that a mesh network that you thinking it would connect up with? So you would have a whole lot of sensors about you.
You'd have many sensors, but a sensor is very expensive. That's the biggest challenge. So Yes, the idea was that you'll have many sensors. In my next study, I'm going to try and we are trying to look at a cheap and affordable type of sensor that probably uses solar and doesn't have to use electricity, or is it actually small, like a cheap type of size sensor, something that is not too expensive to install on 460 boreholes.
Okay, that sounds
Yes.
good.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Let me ask you one quick question, not about how the application performed. You have said a lot about it, but from the security perspective, I can see a number of weak link there that I don't know whether you've taken care of that or not, especially the API, which is the most vulnerable area.
Yes, true.
You just showed us, from the database directly connected to the application. Is it a third-party product? Is it your product? Number one.
Yes.
Number two, let me finish it. And that you're trying to produce this mobile application there. But from the real fact that currently that the global community is facing, that the most attacking services are on mobile devices. You just make your product available to the public, but you cannot be sure that how secure that mobile device might be. So how are you going to control that such a communication, doing that? The third one is MySQL. It's an open source. Okay. How are you planning to handle those three things? Just to your opinion. If it is technical, just think about as a recommendation for the future one. If not, and if you have already addressed it, just if you can say something about it.
Okay. Yes, true. As I mentioned earlier, yeah, there were challenges with security, but because we had to pay for SSL certification and all those things, but definitely we have thought about the security and how to manage that, and we have some system in place to mitigate that, and that might require us to invest more into the systems architecture in that regard. But we have noted that it's actually a bit of a challenge. Although we just wanted to make sure that the application can actually work and actually produce real-time results, so that when that happens, at least now we can work on the security component.
So look, I have a concern around sensors. What sensors do not necessarily work like air quality sensors, right? The entire ground is contaminated. So your water sensors will provide an indication of contamination, not the level of contamination.
Specifically, this one will focus on the level, specifically here. But one of the things that can also be added, because what the application does just creates a platform to receive all this information and analyze it. So one of the things that it will do is create it has the infrastructure to support that, but now the question is, I guess it's just leveling. What are we going to handle now? Maybe right now South Africa is concerned about the levels maybe. And then later on, when more money can be invested into the infrastructure, the same sensor maybe we'll get a sensor that has the provision to actually collect that. Because there are some sensors where you just put in water and then it's able to tell you at least the basics, but not like to a very a laboratory. But
Yeah, it's
most
some indication.
Yes, just it can tell you the basics. At least this is safe for irrigation, for example. Maybe it's not contaminated. Maybe it can't cause a disease. Something to an extent, but I guess it's still under development.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Great.
Yes, but I'm not seeing the folder here.
Look on the left, see session C. Maybe that's it. For session 2.
The session C, okay? Oh, session C. So, This is another component of that same application, just the AI component. So here, basically, there is a component in this application that was concerned mostly about predicting the future. One of the important things about the water security is actually finding out what happens in the future. I noticed in South Africa here, everyone is seeking, I shouldn't say this at this conference, seeking to look for a sangoma because they want to know about what happens in the future. So I noticed that in order for us to, it's a desire that man generally has. So if we're able to plan for the water, we have to kind of understand what happens in the future. So this is one of the elements of this application that I wanted to discuss here. And one of the things that we found, I'm just skipping right to what we did. So in the application, we embedded an AI to be able to help us understand the water patterns for the next 10 years, at least from 2021 up to 2031. And what we did, we used a RIMA model 110 to do that. So what happened is that we had temperature data, we had rainfall data, we had water level data, and then this was fed into the program and the matrix, and then we're able to find out what is the correlation between these three factors. That's what we did, and this was the code that we used. I know it's not very clear there, because you know, with the ARIMA model, you can do it directly, or you can use a computer program to actually compute that for you. What we did, we embedded it into the application. So this is the code snippet for that, and this is the correlation matrix. I had some people ask me about which tools, random forest, which tools, ARIMA, and long-term, short-term memory. I had those questions here. So this research will give an idea of what exactly happened. Interestingly enough, in my literature, most of the research really tells us that South Africa or Johannesburg will kind of look close to this side, if I'm to be realistic about what the research really says. Some people are predicting a drought, some people are saying that water levels will dry up. But I guess for me the interesting thing is that this is the first time I've actually seen AI or computer intelligence do something, predict a hopeful future. Because according to most of these calculations, we actually see that this one is a prediction done without a correlation matrix. So this is basically the data alone without any factors that affect that quantity. Basically, without temperature increases, without rainfall increases, without groundwater obstruction. So it's really just a singular issue, and it shows that the temperatures will probably, the water levels will probably rise in the next 10 years, which is a hopeful thing to do, because I know that many times AI has been predicting kind of doom. I don't know, some sort of doom looming ahead. But this is just an interesting thing to note now. So this is a correlation matrix. This is a correlation matrix with only water levels and the borehole number structure from the history. And it tells that it will still increase slightly, but it will remain at a certain level. Here it will be 22.68 meters, just around that level. And then it's another comparison with one where we have the water level, the temperature, and the borehole level. So as you can see in these three graphs, these predictions keep on varying. This one shows a very sharp increase. This one shows them curving into a certain number, 22. And then this one shows that they will increase and then they will level up and remain probably the same. So for me, I guess one of the things that AI, at least using a RIMA model, has told us is that water levels might remain around 21 in South Africa, at least around the Juxi River catchment. But these are some of the things I noticed about a RIMA that I just want to mention for anyone who wants to forecast the future. One of the things that I learned is that it's very good for short-term forecasting. It needs historical data, so you don't need to do any other algorithms. And then it can model for non-stationary data. Another thing that we learned is that it's not built for very long-term forecasting, and it's very poor at predicting short turning points Another reason, another problem is that it's a bit expensive, and most parameters are subjective. Because as much as we are saying that they are predicting that it will increase, the truth is that from all the data that we have collected, most of the groundwater that gets extracted in South Africa, in around that area for irrigation purposes. So you find the levels are just generally low because there is a high extraction rate, and that hasn't been accounted for in this model. That's maybe some of the limitations. But to improve this, we have some of these that I had some people discussing the radio basis function network. I had them discussing the sequential Gaussian simulation, and these are other ways that can be integrated with ARIMA to make these predictions more improved and very good. I want to thank my supervisors. I want to thank the University of Johannesburg, and also the International Conference of Electrical and Computing and Energy Technologies for this opportunity. Thank you. So that's the end of my discussion.
Thank you. We've got time for very quick questions. 2 questions. Go ahead, please.
I'd like to know if that matrix
Yes.
is an application, existing one, or is it just?
No, the matrix, the matrix that I put there was something that the application produced to be able to understand the relationship between the different parameters: temperature, rainfall, and borehole levels, according to the historical data that was fed in.
So do you think those 3 input parameters are enough to predict?
Yes, so that's what I was telling you, that the limitation is now you have to look for other factors. And the third and the fourth factor we identified was the groundwater extraction, which would be the irrigation rate. But now we haven't found a very effective way of measuring that, because that would require going to maybe all the different farms and asking them to give us their meters to find out how much they really extract for irrigation. So that's a component or a gap that we haven't yet filled.
Yeah, last question. How sensitive is your model to the data quality you put inside? So how precise needs the data to be? Because you told us like also the amount of boreholes reduced, and also maybe the distribution plays a major role, how high the peaks are, and of course you also mix the data with the long-term data from 1910 as
Yes.
of starting.
So the biggest challenge we had is that my SQL, that would be structured query language, needed that data to be in a structured manner. So you find that because we were using AI as we were designing this component, we had to interpolate some of the missing gaps in order to create consistent data. That's another thing that maybe I didn't mention, but yeah, that's how we managed that approximately.
Thank you. Okay, our next presenter is picture on.
The picture.
I'm not sure.
So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dimitris Rakopoulos. I am from Greece, and I am a senior researcher at the Center for Research and Technology Hellas, in abbreviation CERT, and in particular in one of its 5 institutes, named Chemical Process and Energy Resources Institute, in abbreviation SPERI. Welcome to the presentation of our study with the title Digital Twin Architecture for Smart Grids and the Case of Ikaria Island in Greece, which was conducted in the framework of a European Horizon Europe project named Synergies. Firstly, we are going to introduce you to the effect of the energy transition nowadays on smart grids and we will explain the impetus behind our study. Then we will indicate the purpose and the services that can be provided by the digital twins, and we will analyze their main architecture. On top of that, we are going to give you a flavor of a digital twin application that is now under development for a small, non-interconnected Greek island named Ikaria. I suppose we are all well aware of the energy transition nowadays that makes it necessary to upgrade the architecture and the operation of the electrical distribution grids, leading to the so-called smart grids, which are active, innovative grids. They promote a sustainable operation, they are underpinned by Internet of Things, and they utilize optimization-based control. Overall, they take advantage of a plethora of sophisticated digital tools and platforms, and such a powerful and sophisticated digital tool is of course the so-called digital twin, which is a virtual model of the smart grid, in our case, designed to accurately reflect its response. It's obvious that the digital twin is a cutting-edge technology, is a powerful technology, but this entails also some complex architecture with severe engineering requirements. So, what is the objective of our paper? What is the novelty? What does it have to offer to the research community? The scope of our paper is to define the purpose and the services of the digital twins, as well as their main architecture and challenges. So, what can offer to the research community is to formulate a standardized, reliable, and systematic approach, which seems to be missing so far. On top of that, we give you an example of a framework of a digital twin for a Greek non-interconnected island, which is developed now in the ongoing Horizon Europe project named Synergies. Let's see now the purpose and the services that the digital twin can offer to the distribution system operator. It can help the DSO to monitor the daily operation of each grid by identifying the technical and non-technical losses and faults, and even to assist him in the maintenance requirements. Moreover, the digital twin can test the several ancillary services that can be offered to the main grid, like the voltage and the frequency regulation and the black start when we have a blackout, for example, in the main grid. And finally, the digital twin can assist the operator to assess any potential future investment. For example, the DSO might want to expand the grid, might want to connect its grid to the main grid or to other islands that are adjacent. And perhaps they want to further increase the renewable assets penetration. This is the usual main architecture of the digital twins. On the bottom, we have the physical layer, which includes the actual assets of the grid. Above that, we have the sensor layer with several sensor and measurement units. Then we have the data management layer, whose duty is to collect and store the data, and then to provide them to the platform layer in a correct format. And in this platform layer, we can find the digital twin. The digital twin receives data from both the data management layer and the platform layer, that is, from the control and the decision support systems. In turn, the digital twin gives feedback to the operator to help them monitor the operation of the grid, and also gives feedback to the control and decision support systems. The digital twin have a strong mathematical baseline. In our case, we deal with the power flow of our grid, so we utilize the well-known power flow equations for each bus, and then we solve them both for the real and the imaginary part using the Newton-Raphson method with the help of the Jacobian. And practically, what we feed into our digital twin is the real-time, ideally, or at least the historical data regarding the load and the dispatch of the grid. And what we derive from the digital twin is the voltage magnitudes, the angles, the distribution losses, etc. Okay, so far we realized that digital twin is a powerful tool, is a brilliant tool, we are lucky to have it. But this does not come alone. This comes together with severe challenges. One kind of challenges is the electrical engineering challenges. For example, we can have inaccurate model representation regarding the parameters that are inputted. So what we can do to mitigate this challenge? We can calibrate the parameters against the results. We might face lack of real-time data because of damaged or inadequate sensors. What we can do is to take advantage of synthetic data by prediction algorithms, for example, such as neural networks. Finally, we might also face bad data, which can be tackled with techniques like state estimation or bad data detection algorithms. Another sort of challenges we might face are the data management challenges. We can face issues with data transmission. That's why we need to follow homogenized and well-established representation and communication protocols. We do have considerable data storage requirements. What we do usually is to utilize nice stuff like data lakes or data warehouses. And finally, we may also face cyber espionage, which makes the cybersecurity defense mechanisms necessary. Let's have a look now at the digital twin that is under construction for the island of Ikaria. Like we said at the beginning, this is a non-interconnected island, so the digital twin is expected to be of high importance, of very high usefulness to the DSO. Moreover, as we can see in the topology on the left-hand side, this island has a very interesting and complex mix of power supply units. In particular, it has on the top fossil fuel-based generators, both mazout and diesel. Then it has renewables like wind farm and photovoltaics. And on the bottom, you can see a special hydro pump storage system with 2 reservoirs and 1 dam. What is special here and needs to be highlighted is that the storage is charged with the pump station, which is connected to a big wind farm. So the energy that is stored here comes 100% from renewable energy. And then, in turn, the energy is discharged back to the grid through the 2 hydroelectric plants. We need to point out that this digital twin was built with the help of an in-house tool. This tool is called Interma. This is a web-based application with a user-friendly user interface that can be used also by non-experts. And so far, it can perform power flow, optional power flow, and dynamic simulation. One of the main advantages of this tool of ours is that it has been developed in open source softwares like Modelica for the modeling representation of the assets and Python for the algorithmic part. And it has been validated in several European research projects like the logos we can see here. It covers a wide spectrum of assets, and it is also quite easily extendable. Let's see now the results related to the power flows when we run our digital twin for the Ikaria island. This was achieved quite quickly and with low computational resources. We have selected 2 indicated cases, one in winter and one in summer. You can see that the summer case has much higher load. This is because summer is the touristic season in Greece for this island. And looking at the energy mix picture for the 2 cases, we can see that the higher load during summer needs higher share from the generators and from the renewables directly. Let's dig into some further details of the power flows.
Firstly, you can see that the minimum voltage, which is 0.96 per unit for the winter case, is within acceptable values. Moreover, we see that also the losses are almost negligible, even for the winter case, which is 1.86%. And this case presents higher losses because it needs more power from the storage unit, which is located far from the demand. Finally, we are very happy to see that the system of ICARIA is dimensioned well and relies strongly on renewable penetration. We have to note here that as renewable penetration, we count both the renewable energy that is consumed directly from the renewable energy sources and from the storage that is now discharged, because in the first place, the energy that is stored comes from fully renewable energy. All in all, what we presented in this study was firstly the advantages and the requirements in general of the digital twins for smart grids. We analyzed the several challenges of both electrical engineering and data management issues, and we came up with some suggested solutions to mitigate them. We gave a flavor of our in-house tool named Intema, which we took advantage of to develop the power flow feature of this digital twin. And then we gave the example of such an application of a digital twin for a small non-interconnected island named ICARIA. So the future work we're envisioning should include the utilization of real-time data in order to derive real-time results, and then to perform some research on the island operation in case we have exclusive usage of renewables or in case we connect this island to some adjacent islands. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Any questions?
Thank you for your presentation. I had a question to the use cases for the digital twin. You mentioned them in one of the first slides, like you can find for the maintenance purpose, fault diagnosis, and so on.
Here?
No, earlier. It was like more in the introduction. Yeah, for the monitoring of daily operation. What of these daily operations and benefits are or services are implemented right now, or do you have them right now?
You mean for the case of ICARIA?
Yeah,
presented here?
Yeah.
Well, actually, we are now in the first year of this research project. So, for the time being, we have not even, let's say, implemented real-time analysis. What we shared with you is the historical data we have already applied to this digital twin, and the real-time data in order to give us real-time results would be the next step within, let's say, the total 4 years of the project.
Because I'm a bit allergic to the digital twin term, and you had the perfect definition with like the online term in the second part of the definition of digital twin. And actually, then it's real time, and then it's online, and then it's a real.
Exactly. Actually, this study is twofold. The first part is like a mini, let's say, review paper about the benefits, the challenges, the solutions of digital twin. Because, you know, we all hearing all the time about digital twins. Like you said, you are allergic to this term because this is misused in the everyday life.
And we often talk about a digital shadow, which reflects like the system in the current state. And later on, if it's reconnected to the actual use case and the real-time data and updated continuously, then we have like a digital twin you can utilize for this application use case. This is like our approach to sort it a bit out to be.
I know.
Yeah, it's
yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for this question.
One quick question. Yes, in terms of the data you were using for your digital twin, was that power generation from like PV data, or is it mostly wind, solar, kind of historical weather data?
Well, for the time being, it was just historical data about the dispatch and the load. At a later stage, we wish to incorporate things like forecasting for the renewable generation and for the loads.
Okay, because
But
I was trying to figure out if you can plug something in to say, okay, this is your kind of weather history. Can I plug in different types of loads generation and it can tell me how it's
yes, that's the point. That we wish to do. But in order to do this, and I don't know how many of you have so far collaborated with public DSOs or TSOs. Okay, the colleague here is laughing, so the answer is obvious. When you collaborate with state operators, you beg them to supply you with with historical data to train your models, and then real-time data to test your own model, in order to claim credibly that this is not just a model, this is a digital twin.
Yeah, I think.
So we beg them to push, let's say, to push us to the extreme and to test the constraints, the limitations of our digital twin, in order for us to improve it further.
So our strategy was like make them associated partner in our project.
They are not associated partners; they are active partners. Yes.
Yeah, okay.
This is a project, actually, Synogenes. You can see the logo of the project there. It's a huge project of I think more than 30 partners. We have 4 demos throughout Europe. So we have on board the DSO of Greece, in particular here. And one of the biggest challenges of ours is to convince them to give us high quality and quantity of data.
Yeah.
So far, I don't have any serious complaints, because if you take into account that we are in the first year of the project, we have already managed, due to our good relationship and the good faith and let's say the trust we have between us, to get sufficient data to do this first step. Okay, we'll be here to see if we will manage to go to the further step in order to claim that, yes, this is a real system.
Yeah, good work. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I think we're done with the presentations.
No, we have like 2 more, right?
Okay, are they both? Okay. Let's see, who's presenting next?
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so we've got another 2 presentations. We're going to try to be quick. Okay, if you want to grab some coffee, you can maybe grab some and come back. But
I did that old one. That old one, yeah.
afternoon. So I'll try to be as quick as possible. So our paper is based on the electricity cost minimization for low-income household. That's a South African case study. My supervisor is Professor Kateko Moloi. So on the content of our content includes introduction, study context and rationale, methodology, results, conclusion, and evaluations. So this concerns, or this is based on what we are currently facing in South Africa based on economic activities. So hence we're trying to find solution in terms of reducing crime or factors that are creating or increasing crime rates in our country. So firstly, maintaining structural integrity of South Africa's electricity generation network is basically the most important concern facing South Africa's economy. So hence the power electricity has been severely stressed out as a result of maintenance backlogs, as well as failure to produce or failure to bring new generation capacity online in order to match the economy and social development. So that leads to sometimes you will find that electrical demand is more than the electricity supply from our supply side, which is ESCOM. So as a result, as we are facing now, as a result, the National Grid Electricity Company, which is ESCOM, has been implementing load shedding, which includes planning rolling blackouts, on rotation scheduling throughout the country in order to prevent the total failure of power supply. So that has a great impact, obviously, on economic activities, especially economic growth. So based on those constraints that I've mentioned, on the supply side, the inflation rates increases, or based on from our supply side, it continues to keep the inflation high, which now is a challenge to the low-income households because they will be unable, or they are unable to afford electricity, which results in increasing crime and especially increasing illegal connections due to unaffordability of electricity. So that has a detrimental impact based on power system integrity as well as personnel. So in order to mitigate these catastrophic events, obviously electricity prices need to be within the affordable limits, especially for low-income households. Okay, so hence the study is based on minimizing cost in terms of electricity for the low-income household families. So on the research context, energy consumption is becoming a must to increase income, which is not happening, and improve living quality for individuals regardless of where they are or when they are. So hence the access to modern energy services is one of the prerequisites to improve the livelihood, especially the poor. But obviously these low-income household families are mostly from rural areas. So most of them that are non-electrified, they can access electricity either by natural energy systems like renewable energy systems or sources, or by extending grid transmission lines. But the challenge is that the grid extension is costly or is cost intensive as transmission distance increases, especially in hilly areas, forest, or island areas, because that's how mostly rural areas are. So South Africa's economic restrictions and rising electricity costs are causing many low-income households to be able to purchase electricity, and it increases crime rates, and it has a great impact in terms of power system integrity and opacity, as I've said before. So what we're trying to do for my study is the integration of renewable energy resources into distribution networks, which can address the above-mentioned issues to ensure the supply affordability and dependability, because obviously for now it's difficult for the grid extension to happen. So these are the work that some of the researchers from Rational, what they have done. So these are references, or these researchers have used some algorithms in terms of integration of renewable energies with a certain load, where there's load types, with different types of loads, using different types of optimization techniques, which here we have the genetic algorithms as well as Homer and Homer Rosa. So all of these algorithms, they are capable of based on minimizing the cost of electricity in terms of optimization for renewable energy. But then most of the researchers, they include in their integration, they include digital generators, which are quite expensive. Obviously, here we are talking about low-income households, so even generators as well, they are much expensive. So hence this work trying to only involve renewable energy sources, obviously with a backup battery, and see how we can minimize the usage of grid energy by integration of renewable energy systems. So the methodology approach was the pre-analysis, and then the optimization part, and then the post-analysis. So under pre-analysis, the target location, we have the data acquisition and load demand, and then the spatial profile of the selected site was KwaZulu-Natal, the Pongola site, it was KwaZulu-Natal area, and then the acquiring of cost of data for the renewable energy that are available for that site, which in this case is the PV, wind energy, as well as the battery. And then under system constraints and operation strategy, we have specifications of the renewable energies that are available for the selected sites. And then the selection of appropriate operation strategy for the renewable energy. And then the following section on the analysis, we did mathematical modeling of renewable sources and system cost, defining objective functions, decision variables, and constraints. And then optimization algorithm, which is the genetic algorithm, and simulation of parameters selection. And then the simulation of renewable energies operation for set period based on energy balance. And then post-analysis in terms of technical criterion check, we have load satisfaction at each time step, usage of renewable energies, the battery with integrated distribution network, which is municipality, and then the total energy generation and consumption, and then under the economic criteria, then we try to minimize cost of energy during different seasons across the year, depending on which source is producing much at a specific time. And then under data collection, as I've said, the case study is for KwaZulu-Natal, it's Pongola, the one that is highlighted in red, and then which the coordinates shown on the screen, and then the weather data for the past 10 years was borrowed from South African Weather Services. And then this is the ESCOM average tariff versus the inflation rate. So as you can see that from 1988 to 2008, electricity increased, but it did not keep with inflation rates. This is due to the government, because government policy kept electricity tariffs as low as possible for poor communities, which is not the case at the moment. So from 2007 to 2022, tariffs increased by 653%, and inflation over this period was 129%. This is due to ESCOM having oversupply of electricity and failure to bring new generation capacity, as I've said before. And this is the household profile during summer, where it is shown that with the red, the wind is the one that is more reliable as compared to, though it's intermittent, but it's the one that is more reliable as compared to the PV. So this is what can be saved as compared to grid electricity alone with grid integrated renewable energies. So on my far right, this what can be saved. Like we can save about during winter 51.5 rands, and during summer 87.1 rands. So the algorithm was used to solve high rising cost of electricity in South Africa, and results shows that the cost of electricity is reduced by 48.8% in summer and 34.6% in winter respectively. So these savings are substantial for most of the rural households, and they were achieved by optimizing the time of the grid electricity and thus increasing usage of PV energy, wind energy, as well as the battery. So in future studies, we'll focus on the hybrid heretical methods to further minimize the cost of electricity without compromising the convenience of the consumers. Thank you.
One question.
So I see that in the conclusion it says that this will bring substantial savings for rural households. 90% of rural households in South Africa, they are dependent on alternative energy source, mostly animal biomass, for cooking and space heating. So how would that save for them if they are not reliant on electricity?
Can you please come again?
I'm saying 90% of rural households in South Africa are reliant on alternative energy source, be wood, be animal biomass for space heating and cooking. So how would that bring substantial change within their rural households?
As I've said that it's depends on what can be suitable, because obviously we have plenty of solar energy. So obviously we can integrate solar energy, we can integrate wind energy, because in most cases with most data that was tested, wind energy is most reliable, whether during winter or at a specific hours, certain hours. So that can be integrated together to supplement each other.
Okay, thank you.
sorry, Chair, just give me 5 minutes, I'm done. Fine, that's fine. At most 3. So the problem. Can you start? Can I start? Yeah. Oh, good afternoon, colleagues. That's my name. It's Gatron Roy. So I'll be presenting a paper titled Development of a Power Condition Monitoring System in a Hybrid Power Network. Those are my fellow authors. We are from the Government Institute of Technology in South Africa. So I won't bother you much with the outline, but just to go straight to it. I think a couple of chairpersons protect me being disturbed. You say I'm being distracted. So voices can't even hear myself. Please protect me. I think I was listening attentively when other people were presenting. It's quite rude that when I'm presenting, people are talking. And otherwise they do continue. Well, thanks, Chair. I think my colleague who just presented spoke about the economic aspect of things. Quite a number of presenters spoke about the accessibility. But I just want to outline one aspect which we are currently facing in the country, is the issue of energy shortages. And mine is to look at the technical aspect of it. Of course, we cannot argue the fact that integrating any external sources will, however, increase the accessibility of power. But that technical aspect, that if they're not taken into account, they will compromise even that attempt to alleviate the issue of power shortages. So I won't dwell much on this because it has been canvassed quite well by other colleagues. So we have looked into the literature with respect to protection, but some of us work in the field of technical protection. And one of the things that we have uncovered is that we need few segments to develop a concise protection scheme. One, signal processing technique, classification segment, detection. In other instances, we also is having a location scheme. So some of these techniques have been used widely to actually detect faults and classify faults in the power system. The complexity of such is that under general circumstances in a network, you find that on its own is a challenge to protect the network. But it becomes cumbersome when you've got external sources, especially those that in nature intimate. So this study aims to try to find the most suitable protection scheme to try and detect these faults. Because generally protection is a responsive technique. It may not necessarily preempt when the fault will happen, but it is required that whenever there's a fault, it needs to eliminate it as fast as possible. So this is scheme. I'm sorry, it might not be clear enough, but what we are proposing is that for the first segment, where you measure the current source terminal, and in this case, we chose to use the hybrid-1 transform for signal interpretation, and from there, feature extraction. In this case, we only looked at the statistical features of the signal. Then we trained 4 support vector machines for classification, each corresponding to the phase, and classification, if you can look at the last one, is support vector machine G. This talks to the fact that when there's a fault, that has a ground effect to it. For instance, the single phase to ground fault. The expectation is that that support vector machine ground will be able to detect that fault. And then additional matrix that will tell us that there's a fault of it. I've already explained this method is based on the schematic given, but this one was just tested on an ESCOM network 152 kV. So these are some of the result that you've taken. You can see that on the first figure number 2, at the time when there's a fault, there's a sharp increase on the phase A to indicate that the fault is between the phase A and the ground. So that pattern changes, and those patterns were used to train support vector machines. I won't bother you much, but you can see the pattern. When there's a double phase fault, 2 phase affected,
face-to-face and ground. There's a change, dynamic change, and also face footage. So on the table 1 just shows the statistical feature that we used to train and test the support vector machines. Lastly, before I conclude, we compare our scheme with other schemes that were proposed in literature. And based on the results that we got, our scheme was able to solve the project and doesn't change with dynamic loads. In closure, we just talk about the last 2 points on how we validated the method. We use the method, we use the radial bias function as a current function and achieve that classification accuracy. More details can be obtained from the manuscript itself. But lastly, we want to develop a scheme that will include the fault estimation when the system is integrated with the multiple systems. I think I kept it to my time.
Yeah, that was very good. Can I ask one?
Yes, just.
Yes, in terms of the fault conditions, they were indicating maybe ground faults.
Oh, yeah, all of them. All of them. This is single phase to ground. We have thresholds line to line. So sometimes you find that conductors they go to church and do present ocean. So when you do present ocean, you see that you wanted to change in those fault effects. So the idea is that we need to capture that signal, showing the SVM in pre-fault conditions to real fault conditions and post-fault conditions. So we can be able to detect that normality limit.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, we're going to start section 4 right away. But if there are any presenters that need to copy files over, let's do that as a need. We need to grab a copy.
So do we need to copy them from to the computer?
Yes, it will be better, I think, to copy it.
My guy, present. Yeah. This is a bit difficult for you. Try.
conventional nutrition.
Please go to
I'll give him mine. Sure. Is that okay?
Okay.
Session 4. So far? Yeah. I think Control C. Yes.
Okay, so you
without kind because bootable device, bootable device and turn into a sync logic.
Simon, I left my yeah, I left. Yeah.
Okay.
It's complicated, and I think this is why the devices.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Oh, sorry. There was something I needed to do with it. Yes, yes.
Let me do my part first.
Come again?
I say, let me do my first. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm chairing this session, and at the same time, I'm trying to present the paper on behalf of my PhD student. He did some wonderful job here. And sorry for the lateness, but it is beyond our control. I'm trying to be as fast as possible.
So you were saying you are presenting first?
Because I have to.
Or introducing yourself?
On the way. Good afternoon. Just to say something about this is Dr. Anthony Germa, Associate Professor of Cybersecurity from the University of the District of Columbia in Washington, D.C. And I think that's enough. And today we're presenting here about the analysis of the baseline security standard and predictive analytics for cyber supply chain. As cyber supply chain has been a global problem now, we're trying to address one of the main issues that's associated with that. And this research is co-authored by John Rungu, who is a PhD student and hopefully the main author of the research. So I have to give him credit there. So here, I don't want to talk too much, but there is some introduction, overview of existing strategy assessment, the objective, the role of predictive analytics that we apply here, and what the proposed artificial neural network methodology there, and research finding and conclusion. This is the kind of analysis research. The methodology will be recommended there, and it's considered to be as a future work there. So as a supply chain attack overview, like you can see the impact of supply chain attack to the customers globally. You can see the 229, over 260 million cases within the whole global community, and it is still continuing, but reducing. But especially if you remember 2 years ago in the United States, the gas supply chain was attacked and it was shut off for weeks. So, and that caused a lot of chaos, within the East Coast and everybody around the United States there. So, just to give you an example about 2018 again, and we did have repository events to malware injection. People just get that with the legitimate code. That was earlier what I was talking about. How did you handle the APIs there? That was the main API problem that caused, which inject, those malware or someone in the middle attack there. Then everything was collapsed, and you can see affected 500,000 systems, 500,000 system was down in a day. So, globally there are so many untold stories that I personally privileged to follow up on a daily basis, and it has been catastrophic. It is still going this way. There is nothing else. Whenever you think that you're getting cybersecurity, it is a question of when, not if, to be compromised. At some point, for some reason that he never even think about that. Those people on the other side of the aisle, the hackers, they are more advanced. And currently all the attack surfaces, like I said, it's the mobile surfaces, and second, it's all AI-enabled attack. There is no such a malware that you should expect like 3, 4, 5 years ago. Now every attack is AI-enabled. So we have to work hard to go ahead and develop or design a system which is on the defensive side, which also what? AI-enabled defensive system. That's the only way that we can at least try to mitigate the risk there. In another event, you remember the SolarWinds attack again with the Microsoft product just a year and a half, 18 months ago. 9 of the US federal bureaus were shut off, including the National Nuclear Center. So there are so many people. Still, the residue is not yet cleared for some of the private organizations. So those are the kind of things that this supply chain attack has been completely shut off because of such a minor or tiny cyber defense there. So the recommended prevention and detection solution approach, we try to apply here a blockchain approach with the supply chain critical treatment and threat management system, and we try to apply this thing with developing enhanced risk management policies and procedure. Everything is, the main problem with cybersecurity professionals is following up those policies and procedures. You are dealing with a CEO who has no knowledge about what you're trying to accomplish there. Okay? He is only focusing on the return on investment. He's just only counting the money. But there are so many things dealing with it, and Non-technical people is a huge challenge. So that is the main thing that you need to push them to go ahead and work on their policy. Howsoever you are being smart, whatever you name yourself, wherever you go and try to serve any organization, you should follow or abide by the policy, the cybersecurity policy set by the company. And in order to go ahead and let them flip that policy or amend it, it's hell of work, from bottom to top. From top to bottom, it is easy. But though that is what I would say, that enhanced risk management policies there. Whatever we do in cybersecurity, we try to mitigate the risk. That's what we say risk management. Okay, so that's the main thing. So applying probability distribution method to analyze the threat, I'm going to show you what that means there. So this is how we try to approach this problem and try to solve it. So in general, we are here to build a highly effective model that can detect the software supply chain attack based on set metrics on software supply chain network. Remember, how many times do you receive Microsoft patch every day? Apple saying patch. Software cannot be a solution for software problem. That's the main thing. You cannot avoid that because that is what? That's the main source of business. That's the huge struggle is that. So how can you go ahead and do it? Now you're coming with what? Technology like AI, technology like blockchain, which is beyond those people, whether they like it or not. Now they are trying what? Okay, let me listen to you. Come up with what you got. That's what the current situation is at. So we are trying to just introduce this thing there. So you can see here, software supply chain compromises. Look at it. Source code compromise. My sister, just what I told you that this open source, just look at the source code. It is what? Almost 99%. 98% it's open for any attack. I'm not really threatening anybody, but that is the fact that we're facing here. So you can see that the delivery system, the certificate, you just name it. Look at it, how it just go ahead and distribute it throughout. So we are living in a very dangerous world, like it or not. We have to be prepared. So we think that, we develop a software, we just put it there, the next day, maybe it is done. So those are the key elements that we need to pay attention, when we talk about solving the problem of the software. So you can see the decision tree algorithms, support vector mechanics, SVM, my brothers earlier said logistic regression. There are a number of things that have been tried to be applied. But here, we just add what? Cyber threat intelligence with artificial intelligence. Now you are trying to trick. Who is trying to trick you? That's the only thing. Artificial intelligence is nothing, just your brain. That's we are writing those scripts just to go ahead and act. And just tell them that the other way around, and then you can beat him, or you can make him your friend and you can trick him. That's the only way you can do with AI. So that's how you need to approach such a problem. AI with AI, nothing file with file, nothing else. So that's how we're trying to do here. So we just try to make it a very straight approach here. This is software supplier. This is service that you try to provide for your clients. There is detection and prevention support here, intrusion detection and intrusion prevention system. You have got this with. There are a number of vendors in the world who just, hey, I have this, I have that, I have this. It's the CEO who's going to decide. It's not you as a cybersecurity professional sometimes. That is the disaster. So you got this one, but in absence of this, you just go straight this one. Vendor 1, 2, 3, 4, you have what? How many clients do you have to just supply those? Do you apply those supply chain? God knows. Okay, but now we're trying to apply what? The artificial intelligence network anomaly monitoring. Now we're trying to play with each and every movement there. So that if they just found there's something, network flow logs, network monitoring, every time in real time, we're trying to put this artificial neural system in place in order to at least mitigate the risk. I'm not here to let you know that we are resolving the issue. We're trying to minimize the risk damage there. So, in our approach, we have put here what basic probability, which is P, supply chain attack using a machine learning model. A number of machine learning modules that we're applying in order to learn what's there. And is it entropy? Everybody knows what about entropy, which is a theoretical framework, which is something that we're trying to detect the unknown factor. So that must be there. Please, and just to give a recommendation, whatever you do in cybersecurity research, try to apply this thing. Because you need to have a certain way of trying to determine the probability of the unknown factors, which can be what? Using the entropy method. So monitoring network flow from the third party is a huge task. By the way, if you embed or if you employ a third party to go ahead and develop something, that's why I'm sorry, my sister again, if you remember, I asked you, is it a third party product? The API, for example, one of the most vulnerable steps there. If you allow the third party to be a part of that huge software development, you are automatically done. That guy can play any game at any time from anywhere. This is just a software. And how trustworthy the individual that you hired to write that script. You remember when she talked about the script stuff? That's critical stuff. So there should be some way mechanism on the top of those people who did it. After you test the product, you have to play the game on them at the back. Number of cybersecurity principles to apply. Yeah, so those are the key elements need to be there. And the neural network, like you see, this is what we're trying to apply. I just don't want to be detailed here, but it's a neural network layer that we're trying to put in place there in order to mitigate the risk. And this full connected artificial network, there is an input layer, there is a hidden layer. This is where we're playing with artificial intelligence. It is a hidden layer. Nobody sees it, but that's what we embed into the system. If the hackers or the people or the evils on the other side know what you're doing there, remember they will guess it. If they can, for example, if this is your firewall or whatever, you just put it there. Now, previously just try to penetrate your system. Now, it just stay there and wait. It will send something, and machine learning is there on their attacking system. It learns how your system responds to it. After learning all those stuff, then they will go ahead and run. So into vectors of attack. It's not one or two or three malware. It's the vectors of attack coming to you. You may have 2 or 3 different IDS, IPS. You remember what I said earlier? You may have 3 or 4 to stop some of them, but most of them may what? Penetrate to your platform there, and you're waiting till your system gets what? Stop. So all this fully connected artificial network, is having all these things there and have more sophisticated computing power. Because of what? We are embedding AI into it. Predictive analytics there. So that's how we're trying to approach this methodology there. So in doing so, these are the main major steps that we apply. We identify the network traffic level, the ground network flow, log up on IP. This is where we're doing our main besting at step 5 when we isolate entry outside at parameter X. You have to isolate those incoming packets from the hackers. If you cannot do that, we're surrender already. So those are the key elements that we're trying to embed. OPC 6 is following that, and we reckon and we're playing with those kinds of approach there. So, in conclusion, in the future work, the supply chain attack continues to be a major ICT infrastructure challenge to vendors and software consumers, as seen in the recent attack. Like I said, SolarWinds, you just name it, everywhere in the world now, the restoring budget already surpassed $1 trillion just to restore. More than 62% of the attack, you don't even know the source. You just accept it like a blessing and just move forward. Ransomware, DDoS, so many phishing, you name it, still continue. The problem is the ways we develop the software. Let's not rely on the software for the problem of our software, especially mobile devices. They are the most high in demand attacking surface available in the global community. Previously, if someone wanted to attack this hotel, he was searching for what? What did the server IP address? What did the admin password? No. For example, in today's kind of situation, how many people are here? Hundreds of people. If we just download or just push something, he may compromise at least 70-80% of us on our mobile device and use it for attack. It can be a botnet. When you open your phone, it is perfectly fine. But you have already what? Compromised. This is the kind of world that we live in. So we need to be very, very careful. So the use of artificial intelligence is yet to be fully implemented. We already, wherever you go now, it's AI in the whole lot. AI is not yet in place. We need it more. AI is more being used for a negative purpose than the positive side. Okay, you use it for what? Automation, allowing a job, at the same time you fire your people by leaving, the answering machine in the phone, AI just talk to you, then just go. That's only automation, But for real purpose of defense, cyber defense, we still need to work on it. It is an ongoing process. So that's how we're trying to solve this supply chain problem. So the lack of available data on incidents continues to hamper the implementation of successful model. Nobody will tell you exactly what happened to them. If you come to the United States, it's only FBI about the data. Then if just go beyond that, then it comes to the researchers. But until it just gets to you, a year or number of months already passed. Then those attackers may change their way for next time. 3 ways to attack. Script kiddies, this youngster just stay on social media and try to throw some attack. Hacktivists, hey, I can get you there. Can you come and give me this? Otherwise, I'm going to finish you up. These are gray level attackers. The second, the most devastating is state-sponsored attack. Country to country, US against X, X against Y. Because they are not fully budgeted. Every tool is there. They're not sleeping 24 hours. They're going to play the game. That's how we're living. So we need to be aware of all the situations that we do. So there are so many references there, so I don't want to talk too much. And this is about research, trying to address some of the supply chain problems from the cybersecurity perspective. And if you have any question, I'm ready to answer. If not, we can go ahead and keep on today's presentation.
Thank you. Quick question. Anybody got a question?
Yes, I'm very interested in your work. I wanted to find out like what machine learning algorithms we use to train the AI to detect the possible attacks. Will it be a conversation? Is that a chat box?
Let me tell you something. As far as in order to go ahead and pick up any machine learning to go ahead and set your AI, it depends on the type of data for use. The type of data, for example, I'm applying for supply chain, and the type of data that I apply for, let's say, ransomware attack is completely different. So based on the type of the data, the data filtration, and those steps that you normally follow with machine learning processes there. So based on that, you have to pick up a number of them. So like random forest, it can be SVMs, it can be CNNs, it can be KNN, this limit. But you have to be smart in managing the IP fields. There are 41, when an IP is coming to you, there are 41 fields. Which are the most important in order to go ahead and compute my research? Then once you just select those fields, then you know which kind of data, then you can apply them. So that is where you need to work. So it depends on all what you're trying to solve. So look at your data, look what you filtered in, then based on that, there are a number of the good thing, even if it is passed in machine learning AI research, there are a number of available areas for research.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, President. Your first slide. Sure.
Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and continue. The next presenter will be the one who's number one here. HALL C.
Thanks. How much time do I have?
10 minutes, 12 minutes.
Basic. Good afternoon. My name is Kogarate. I'm an associate professor at the University of Johannesburg. So in this particular conference, I come from a different angle. My field is an exposure and health. So I basically look at human exposure to electromagnetic fields and health interest outcomes. That's what I do most on a daily basis. So the title of my presentation is Radio Frequency Electromagnetic Fields and Health Impacts. So of course here I conducted a synthesis of literature around studies that published a lot on exposure to radio frequency electromagnetic fields and health. So this is just an outlay of my presentation. Of course, there will be an introduction, how I conducted methodology to synthesize all the literature, result discussions, as well as the discussions around possible health effects ranging from human exposures to plants. So basically, there is a limited literature regarding the assessment of radio frequency electromagnetic fields and health-induced outcomes. So an attempt has been made globally to associate this particular type of exposures from different sources and various health outcomes. So however, there is available evidence that suggests that exposure and development of transient health effects, such as tissue heating and electromagnetic hypersensitivity, are the only basically available studied health effects at the moment within research. So with regard to tissue heating, so the result in the disturbance of thermoregulation within the body itself and activation of electrical charges within the biological cells. With regards to electromagnetic hypersensitivity, these are, we normally refer to them in the exposure and health as idiopathic environmental intolerances, which is the non-specific symptoms such as headache, cognitive difficulties, insomnia, vertigo, depression, exhaustion, skin rash, many times tetanus, amongst those who are sensitive and exposed to these types of fields. So recently, a number of international scientific groups, including the WHO, launched significant investigations into the impact of radio frequency electromagnetic fields and on exposure to humans. This was basically in response to studies that established potential link between RF exposures and adverse health effects. So in this particular study, which is quite detailed in my paper, is aimed at to synthesize available evidence regarding the exposure to electromagnetic fields and health-induced outcomes. So I performed some basic research using Scholar, PubMed, Science-Directed ResearchGate to look at all available studies, and I confined my search between 2010 and 2012, and all of those particular sessions were confined within radio frequency electromagnetic field exposures and health effects. And I only used two such terms, which is radio frequency electromagnetic fields and health effects. So research yielded in 50 scientific papers, of which the 9 titles appeared to be relevant to what I was searching for, and excluded 11 of them. So the entire thesis was based on 39 papers. So those ones that report on thermal effects, basically, when one becomes exposed to this particular type of fields, there is a sensation on the less blood supplied organs due to insufficient blood supply or flow to those particular tissues. And they were talking about testes and eyes due to disturbed thermoregulation. So in the testes, normally the body requires the internal core temperatures around 37.8, and for a process called spermatogenesis to happen, the temperature of the testes should be at least below the core temperature by at least 2 degrees Celsius. So if it begins to be higher than the core body temperature, then it results in potential infertility, right? So in this particular case, because of the thermal effects of radio frequency electromagnetic fields, then you are prone to a potential infertility effects around exposure to electromagnetic fields. So now this is how the biological effects normally takes place within the body, is that you have emission of RFs from the source, any kind of source that emits RF, just to get listed to pathway, and there's an interaction to RF fields in the receptor, and the receptor is a human being, can be an animal or plant, and then we have what we call an exposure. From that particular exposure, then the electric fields activate the electrical charges within the tissues themselves, because tissues contains a lot of water molecules, and those particular water molecules contains electrical charges that needs to be activated by electric fields from the RF. So once activated, they then dislodge to charge the cell membranes and activate voltage-gated independent channels. So on the cell membrane itself, we have what we call voltage-gated independent channels. The function of voltage-gated independent channels is to allow calcium ions to enter the cell in order to reach the entrapment with calcium. So these particular charges, they now activate voltage-gated independent channels to remain like open, because there is a charge. Now once that charge, now you have wide opening to VGIC, allowing the positions of different minerals within the cell itself. Leading to various health effects because of high composition of calcium, potassium, and various minerals within the cell. It's a result of that particular exposure. Now there's also some of the benefits due to activation of voltage-gated independent channels. Basically, high position of calcium ions could potentially lead to possible neurological disorders, intelligent declines, development, as well as insomnia. But we have run a number of experiments around insomnia in relation to radiofrequency exposure, but there's a lot of controversy around cell phone users. Whether is it caused by time spent on the cell phone, which reduces now the time to sleep, leading to insufficient sleep, or RF exposure from cell phones during the night use. So there's a lot of controversy around that. So in regards to ecological effects, so animal studies, particularly on experimental methods, suggest that exposure to RF presents significant changes in blood parameters. So there's been a lot of changes around your lymphocytes, such as the white blood cells as well as red blood cells, amongst experimental animals exposed to radiofrequency electromagnetic fields. However, crops and plants related studies have only reported significant benefits from RF exposures. So the benefits mainly that we have seen from plants are rapid seed germination, improved water and nutritional intake of the plant itself, improved production of protein and enzymes to fight plant pathogens. So if all of these particular types of crops and plants are exposed to radiofrequency electromagnetic fields, then we have improved seed germination, which is quite rapid. We have improved water intake and nutritional intake to increase the length of the plant itself and its production, as well as an improved production of protein and enzyme intake to fight plant pathogens. So currently there are no guidelines specifically to protect animals and plants from RF exposures, because the available current data is insufficient to determine whether the International Commission for Animals and Radiation Protection Guidelines and our environmental standards should be substantially similar to or different from those concerned to protect human health. Because the only guidelines we have are the guideline that seeks to protect human exposure to electromagnetic fields in general, and we come from that particular international body. So we also have a number of studies that look into exposure knowledge and perception. So the idea here is that many people are not inclined to believe that number of RF sources emit radio frequency energy. And if the idea behind emission is not yet known, there's a less perception around radio frequency. So there's a limited perception surveys available to show how the public views potential health risks of radio frequency electromagnetic fields produced by telecommunication lines. For example, in South Africa, about 70% of South Africans and 40% of Europeans are informed that telecommunication sources such as cell phones, baselines emit radio frequency electromagnetic fields from telecommunication devices. Now, with that said, we then tend to see that people with high degree of RF EMF source knowledge have high degree of risk perception. So in essence, if you have a thorough knowledge around RF sources, then you are more inclined to predict the risks around exposure to RF electromagnetic fields. So generally, an increased risk perception results in a better comprehension of how exposure characteristics affect potential health risks. As I conclude, so there's an agent need to quantify, your RF electromagnetic fields from different sources and various bandwidths in order to have a comprehensive source inventory. Because what we need is that we need a source inventory with different bandwidths in order to understand which exposures are more inclined to cause various health effects. Because epidemiological studies are also needed to determine the penetrating effects of RF in different organs in order to establish a clinical mechanism of action. So what we have learned is that the frequency range of RFs from telecommunication devices do not produce a penetrating effect because they're not in millimeter waves. Now, because they're not in millimeter waves, now they do not reach deeper regions of the target organs. So they then produce less health effects, which are now thermal and other environmental hypersensitivity amongst the sensitive group. So there's also a need for public education on RF electromagnetic fields to identify sources of exposure and associated potential health risks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any question? One quick question.
Yes.
How do you normally advise me, for example, on how to use my cell phone?
It's quite a challenging one.
Yeah, just a recommendation, just short recommendation.
Look, there's a controversy I've said around whether the RF produced by cell phones could really result in potential health risks because it does not produce deep penetrating effects. Most of the time, you place your cell phone over the brain, right? So the fields produced by cell phone do not necessarily penetrate deeper to the brain to produce neurological effects on the brain. So there's still controversy around that. So we can continue to use the cell phone as we use it, until we have further studied the entire bandwidth, as I've said now, we need an inventory around the bandwidth.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
You need to finish like this. Is it fine?
Yeah, it's fine.
Can you take your finance now? My phone is no problem.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, next presenter.
Good afternoon. My name is Manolo Hina from ECE Paris School of Engineering in Paris, France, and I'm going to present to you our work, optimization of a network of cameras to monitor an area in a smart city. This work is a collaborative work with Amalan and Sherif, professor from the University of Versailles in France. So why are we working on this project? Consider, for example, the global theft. So what is theft? It is an act of stealing. The felonious taking and removing of your personal property with the intent to deprive you of its ownership. In 2021, 975 thefts were recorded by the police for every 100,000 inhabitants in the European Union countries. If you take a look at the table, the presentation, the average for 2016, based on 34 countries in the European continent, is 1,070 thefts per 100,000 people. And the highest value of theft is recorded in Denmark. There are 3,949 thefts per 100,000 people, or 4% of the population are affected. The lowest value for the theft in Europe is in Cyprus, about 0.062% of the population, so that is quite negligible. So the theft is everywhere. So what is our solution? We would like to present a camera. Why camera is important? Because security camera generally deter and reduce burglary. If you have a house and there is a camera, chances are your house is 300% safer than if you don't have a camera. And why not? Because the criminals do not want to be watched and recorded. This is a major reason why cameras are so effective. So in this regard, we are working on this study. You have smart city environment, and you would like to have to watch what is going on in that particular configuration, knowing in fact that in this configuration everything is evolving every minute, every second, every day. The configuration will change, but we would like to monitor nonetheless what is happening in that particular area. So the camera must be arranged to ensure effective surveillance using algorithmic technique to optimize their configuration. So the problem statement is, in this regard, how we are going to find the most favorable spatial layout for the camera array using a heuristic algorithm. So the novelty and the contribution of our work is we have stated the state of the art on sensor networks, and in particular the camera network to completely cover an area, the state of the art on optimization problem to maximize or minimize an objective under a set of constraints, the formalization of sensor network, and the simulation of the optimization algorithm to be defined as part of the plan of the study. Okay, so what do we do? How are we going to solve this? This is an optimization problem concerning the localization of the cameras. On the left, you have one solution, the machine learning solution. On the right is algorithmic solution. And in the machine learning, obviously, we are going to use machine learning algorithm. And because it is machine learning, you have to have historical data in order to train a model. And after training a model, you use this model to predict what is going to happen in a certain situation that is not yet encountered by the model. On the right side, we have an algorithmic solution. This is simplistic, and they are often faster and simpler to implement than machine learning algorithms, in the sense that you don't need to have all historical data. Okay, so we look at the state of the art or the current solution, and we realize that there are constraints about the current solution. Number one is the occlusions are important constraint to consider, because any geometric element can be considered as occlusion. So what is occlusion? And obviously this is the obstacle in the view of sight. Different cameras lead to greater complexity in the network. So we take a look at the functional approach in the functional objectives in the state of the art. In reference number 4, they presented a new algorithm for optimal security camera placement, taking into account camera specification and reducing the number by weighing observed region. In reference number 5, the authors examined the way of solving this problem using BIP, a binary and integral optimization problem using linear programming relaxation and semi-definite programming technique. On reference number 6, the author formulated a multi-objective problem to combine maximization of weighted coverage with minimization of positioning error bound. In 7, the authors addressed the problem of selection and orientation of directional sensors with the objective of maximizing the coverage area. And in reference number 8, they addressed the target-based and area-based coverage maximization problem for directional sensor networks. So here, we take a look at the algorithmic approaches, not the machine learning approaches. So we have compared collaboration-based local search algorithm as stated in reference number 9, the binary particle swarm optimization algorithm in reference number 10, binary genetic algorithm in reference number 11, and greedy algorithm in reference number 12, and it says that the also algorithm number 9 outperforms other algorithms. So it means that this is the best among all those choices. So what we did is we apply a realistic algorithm based on binary integer programming to disprove that our solution is better compared to the result of the other study. Same cause is better. The algorithm aims to determine the minimum number of guards in their position to observe all points of polygonal area. So these guards are replaced by camera. So you can see this in the museum, something like that. Except that we apply this on a smart city environment in which the covered area is evolving. So this is genetic algorithm approach. So as you know probably, the genetic algorithm approach follows these steps. We define a population of random elements. In this particular case, our specimen is the camera configuration. We evaluate the quality of each configuration using objective function and select the best configuration to create a new generation of configuration. So the steps are as follows. We organize the scene with obstacle. We configure the camera parameter. These are the initial value. We configure the constraint so that everything is visible. We calculate grid occupation, and we execute genetic algorithm. And as you know, the genetic algorithm makes an iteration until such time that the number of iteration or the optimal result is obtained, and we display the results. And our results, so these are the sample simulation, these are the iteration, and these are the configuration of the camera. As you can see, it is stabilizing in such that here, minus 70, 50, 1 and 50, the iteration, it doesn't go change any further. So this is the optimal result. And this is the scene, and this is the scenario. These are the camera, it covers all the area. So that's it. So this is our result, and as far as future work is concerned, we believe that the result could still be improved using the use of artificial intelligence technique such as neural network. And yes, thank you very much.
Any question? Let me ask you one question.
Yes, sir.
Now you're talking about deployment of physical security. We're talking about physical security.
Yes,
correct. So how are you going to secure the physical security itself?
This technique is, although it is used for the camera in smart city, this approach can be used, for example, to monitor bank security, stuff like that. And we believe that our work is at least optimal.
Your work is fantastic, no question about that. But my concern is, you feel that you're secure, but how are you going to secure that physical security itself? For example, the complexity of the camera system. Whoever made the camera can be your enemy number one. How are you going to control that? He knows everything, whatever is available in that camera. You know when he can go ahead and throw, if you want to throw any attack on your camera step. Just an example. If we go detail, we can go detail. But how are you, just have it this one as a recommendation, not a question. How are we going to secure this physical security deployment? Now we secure our environment, but how are we going to secure our security system? That's my suggestion.
We are going to hire somebody expert like you. And no, because you are working on supply chain and in the security. I think we need to collaborate for some people to secure this mechanism that guarantees security. I agree with that, and it's not. I think this is the optimal way of.
Maybe when you just go with artificial intelligence, at least you will more mitigate the risk. But think about that. It's not about deploying some. They are all physical devices. They are made by humans. Humans are the weakest link in security, in a positive way, intentionally or unintentionally. So you have to pay attention to that. After you deploy all this, how can I secure this security system?
Yes.
That's the key point. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Who's my idol? Thank you.
Thank you. Next question.
I think the organizers, the organizing committee said that all of us will be doing this to have one picture together that we're going to post it on the website after the conference. So I wish you could stay to learn everything.
My name is Bettina Masika. I am software engineering of computer vision systems and scientist of St. Petersburg State University. This is my speech about augmented reality services and multi-server architecture for its implements. Why? Because if clients of our services more than 20, one server is not a good solution in any case, and work of a group of people is blocked. We need a multi-server solution, and this solution has some restrictions. What is augmented reality? I will speak about this, but my part is level out correlation regions algorithm algorithm that we apply not as a regular system identification, not as a regular method of system identification. The result of our experiments is the choice of better strategies when we near the hardware restrictions on our system. I'm sorry for my not good English. Excuse me. What is R? R is augmented reality. When we have this system with augmented reality, real objects in our space, real space, mix it with 3D models models, place it to the real space in the model space of real. We make a response between real room or square or street and 3D reconstruction of any way. We use CalMap 3D reconstructions as SFM algorithm, but it's not important. And we can use our mobile phone, scan the space, and send to the one of available server for reconstruction. Then any user of our applications can put 3D objects to space and see it, and other can see it on the real space as we can see here. This is Nikolskaya Street in Moscow. This and this are not real objects, and this is people who are experienced with car virtual excursion. This is within kind. This is by about 1 kilometer of Nikolskaya Street. Also, this application can work in small spaces as a room or office, and put we can put not 3D objects. We can put text stickers, clickable objects, and videos, audios. When we see to the map, we can these reconstructions elements, and if we take a lot of pictures, or not full pictures, maybe key features of pictures, we can have a good experience with high accuracy localization in the space, in the real space. First idea is first century in Baumaster Key out of Wizard of the Oz. And other way for tracking in Aspen movie map project. Now we implement it's our product, real factory. And this is only clickable for take technology information and instruction for working with these objects on real factory. Who are participants of our system? Crowd people who used other system work with objects. Customers who want to scan space and make object management, and he can ask about special client application for his eggs. And providers or integrators or vendors who work with server side. We are here. All architectural solution is client server microservices architecture on distributed structure. 3 types of requests by time. Very fast localization queries when we want to see the object. Object management is seconds because people can, operator can take, choose object, take object, it's about minutes. And 3D reconstruction maybe from half hour to half day or more. Because a lot of images in the system, maybe putting in the system for a big square or in the real city with different altitudes. What is mathematical model? We calculate quality of the service as a localization when delays and client certification, and the service cost. It's a price for physical resources and time for supporting of this system. We want to implement the system for providing augmented reality services of quality that's huge. It's important, that's huge. Not 100%, because clients use it good but not ideal. A lot of clients think about that maybe a problems with the service systems. It's not a problem. But we want the lowest cost for the provider. What big bottlenecks for these systems? Finding the server and best strategy, data flow optimization, we use RNN network. Filtering crowdsourced uploads, because if we go with cell phone and send ground, we have a big problem with traffic with input traffic. Distributed storage management and control, and servers load balancing because of multi-servers architecture, and we want to know results of prediction, because when we start the construction, it's a very long process, and all servers can be busy with this issue and cannot localize physical clients. What is the mathematician part? LSR algorithms was created by Marco Carpier, and it's very good for this issue because it works with not one model, a system identifier, but a class of models with the same parameters, and it works with almost any noises. It's not we can put any disturbance to our system. It's at LSR will work as without it. We have a lot of noises, not from network, but strange images and etc. What we do? We put queries to our system, models, microservices, our microservices works, and we send response to clients. We can put our system under system identification control, and this parameters data will be in confidence regions. Then we system is changed by rate, but it's the same time by time. And when we make it sometimes, we can make our models better time by time. And confidence regions goes to aim value, or better value for any client certification. What a new idea! We can provide, no, we can estimate different strategies with this algorithm. We can, when we are near resource boundaries, we can make different and one first idea change the software structure, but we can make it worse than it works. We can estimate it. Then we can add additional resources. It's at constant of clients, but price of the service will be up. And other ideas. The result is interesting. Better strategies is keep more satisfied client with random idea, but we should controlling the probability of missing satisfied client, and it will be work for a lot big number of clients without additional resources. It's more stability than when we add new resources. And this strategy execute as many requests as possible. We think it's not bad, but really near 200 is not solution. And future we want to try this method of quality for multi-step pipeline in video analytics with a lot of AI algorithms. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you very much. Any question from the audience? Can I ask you one quick question? Just a quick question. You mentioned about the bottlenecks that we have there in the solution. All those are for the quality part of your algorithm, which is fine. And finally, when you showed us the graph, your result, I just could see that even if you are running the number 4 strategy, number 4 is
yes,
as many requests as possible.
We have requests of 3 types, and in our system we have a local body protocol for as balancer in our system, and we send randomized queries. It's not important for our system.
Absolutely.
In any way.
But my main question there is that from determining the clients, from the number of clients that
yes.
How are you going to handle the identity management of your clients? How can you be secured having such a system moving forward? From the identity management perspective, from the client management.
Yes.
Managing the client.
We try with real clients with mobile phones and with synthetic clients, but we have queries of the three types.
I understand that. What if you have, hundreds, thousands of clients out there? So how can you go ahead and control?
If more than 2,000, we tried to 4,000, but near 3,000 we have problems with the network. We have 9 servers, physical servers, 9. And more than 300 clients, reconstruction tasks hold down all servers.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Can I go? Next person, please.
Afternoon, colleagues. I'm Dr. Matonsi, but I'll be presenting one of my student work. Chuma is one of our master students in the IT department under the Faculty of ICT, the Tshwane University of Technology. I was supposed to follow that outline for my presentation, but due to time, I will try to be quick, so I will skip certain lines. So our work, as indicated on the topic, it's an ICECET algorithm for wireless sensor network. So over the past years, we've seen an increase in the adoption of wireless sensor network. This was due to the introduction of Internet of Things, smart agriculture, whereby wireless sensor network, it is used to monitor, maybe in a smart agriculture, to monitor the environmental conditions so that better decisions can be made in order to improve the productivity of a specific farm. However, these certain networks, wireless sensor network, there's a number of challenges that it faces. One of them is a denial of sleep attack, which causes sensor nodes not to go to sleep, which affects the performance of the network, and it also reduces the lifespan of that network. As a result, it means poor quality of service will be one of the results that will happen from that network. So it is very, very important to design solutions that can assist in energy conservation so that it can prolong the network and also assist in reducing end-to-end delay, whereby it will reduce the bottlenecks in the network. So in order to solve that problem, what we did, we proposed a dysfunction sensor network detection based on RSA algorithm, whereby we used an SMAC protocol. This protocol, what it does, it assists sensor nodes in order to ensure that when they're not transmitting data, they go to a sleep mode, which means they save the energy, so that when the time comes for them to be able to transmit data, they have much more energy, which means it will prolong the lifespan of that network. So in order to protect the data that this sensor net will be transmitting, we used this encryption algorithm that uses 256 bits in order to ensure that it becomes difficult for hackers when they have captured maybe certain data in order to break it. So that's one of the algorithm we use. And in order to ensure that we reduce the computational overhead in the network, we use pre-computed tables with RSA. So this assisted in ensuring that we produce better quality of service while ensuring that we have better energy conservation in the network, whereas we can also reduce the end-to-end delay so that we can have a better network throughput. So this is the algorithm that we use. So in terms of results, in figure 6, we have presented that our algorithm in terms of energy conservation, in terms of throughput, we have managed to produce 95% with our algorithm, while the other algorithm fell short in our algorithm. So this has shown that our algorithm can perform much better. In terms of energy conservation and end-to-end delay, we have managed to reduce unnecessary data transmission in our sensor nodes. So we have managed to reduce the delay by 19%, while the other algorithm were more than 35, 40, and 60. Then the last slide, whereby in terms of energy conservation, our algorithm managed to reduce the energy conservation by 30%, while the other algorithm, it was 35, 45, and 50. So in conclusion, whereby we used NS2 algorithm to validate our results, we have seen the effectiveness of our proposed algorithm in terms of energy conservation, whereby we also managed to minimize end-to-end delay, where we managed to enhance the network throughput. So in the future, we will also try and use machine learning algorithms to assist us to be able to detect the anomalies in the network, so that we can be able to present or come up with new solutions that can assist the network. So the student requested that the questions be sent to him, because he's the one that believes that he can do better justice to the questions that might come, should I fail to answer some of them. Thank you.
If you don't have one question, just tell them this one. From the energy conservation perspective, that's fine. It works fine. I can see it. But from in delay, remember, tell him to remember that he's applying a 256 encryption key here. Means the more number of key applied for your encryption, the more processing power, the more time it takes. Number one, that is from AES perspective, which is the symmetric encryption. And the other layer, which I think that he applied the RSLM, which is the asymmetric encryption, which is by itself, from the conservation assay, it's fine, but from in delay, another layer of encryption being applied there, it really affects the end-to-end delay and style. So those things, either if it is 256, it is better to pick one of the two. Of course, if there is any security issue that he has already observed, that's fine. He can go ahead and add even another layer of security. Remember, whenever you add the layers of security, you are compromising the performance. The performance is compromised from the end-to-end delays, for example, the delays. So these things need to be corrected or at least addressed.
Okay. So thanks for that. We'll consider that as we continue.
So
that is the reason, in terms of RSA, use the pre-computed tables in order to reduce the computational overhead.
Lot of things. Thank you, appreciate that. Next person, please.
Thank you. My name is ICECET2023-HALL from the city of KwaZulu-Natal. I'll be presenting the transient analysis of differential amplifier using the double gate MOSFET. This is basically the outline of this presentation, which has the introduction, also shade discussion and result analysis, conclusion and future recommendation and references, and Back in the days, differential amplifiers were designed using vacuum tubes, and then it is evolved into using bipolar junction transistors, which are called BJTs, and then later on, and then they used single gate MOSFET, of which with those devices, starting with the vacuum tubes, it was a bit of a challenge keeping those tubes into a vacuum. So as a result, the performance of the differential amplifier was then compromised. And then they introduced or developed the BGT, which did the work, and then over time, then it, with the gate leakage current, it introduced, and then also the short channel effect, which then affected the performance of the amplifier. And then currently, then they also introduced a double gate MOSFET, which has two gates, and then instead of one gate, which then on this work we are exploring its impact on the design of a differential amplifier. This is basically the structure of a differential, of a double gate MOSFET, which has two gates, gate 1 and gate 2, the bottom, and then we have the drain and the source. And then this is the physical structure of the double gate MOSFET. And then if you look at this picture, this is the normal configuration of a differential amplifier, which consists of two transistors, Q1 and Q2, and then you normally have your constant current source here, which supplies the current to the entire circuit. Then we have your VDD, which is the supply voltage to your transistors. And then this is the proposed solution for this work, which we have these double gate MOSFETs, which are BF998, and then we have the supply voltage to our MOSFET, which is a 12 volt. And then in order for a MOSFET to operate as an amplifier, it must be on the saturation region. And then that's where the MOSFET will act as an amplifier. Outside that region, it's then acts as a switch, which in this case, we want to use it as an amplifier. So according to the data sheet of this BF998, the second gate, which is gate 2, must be biased with between 4 volt to 5 volt. Then with that, there is a 99% that it is operating in the saturation region. And then on the data sheet, when you have biased the gate 2, then you have to supply a high frequency signal with a very low amplitude, so that you can control the on state and the off state of the MOSFET. And then we have these resistors, are normally called drain or load resistors. Okay, with this configuration of the amplifier, you can see that this side is almost the same as this one. So it is symmetrical, which then talks about the analysis that I will be talking about, the symmetrical of this circuit. So here I'm analyzing the DC state of this circuit. So when analyzing, doing the DC analysis, we then have to assume some of the things. So we have assumed that the MOSFETs are operating. So with that, grounding the inputs, the gate inputs of the MOSFET, and then we keep our supply. And then our current source is made up of a resistor and a voltage source, which gives us a current of 8 milliamps. So that 8 milliamps is supplied to the entire circuit. As I talked about the symmetry of this circuit, that means if our current source here gives us 8 milliamps, that means at this point we have 8 milliamps, and then 4 milliamps goes to this direction, and other 4 milliamps goes to this direction. So since we have assumed that the MOSFETs are operating in the saturation region, the drain current across these load resistors can be calculated using this equation. And then the current between these two resistors is the same, which is the half of the supply, constant supply current source here. And then when we then calculate the output voltage from each one of the legs, we can then calculate Vout1, which will be the same as Vout2, and then we have V2, which is the supply voltage here. Then we can subtract the voltage drop across this resistor or the second resistor. And then we then calculate, find out the output voltage is 6 volts. And then we also did the transient analysis, where we looked at if you put a step input on gate 1, which is 1 millisecond. If you put that signal, how will the circuit respond to that in terms of the output voltage, which is we measured in this transistor 1. And then we found that the response of that step input signal, which was 1 millisecond, it took about up to 9 nanoseconds to stabilize into 6 volts. So which is very small time, which I believe that this circuit responds very well when you inject a step input voltage. And then this has proven that the double gate MOSFET indeed works better than the single gate MOSFET at BJT, which proves that it is able to reduce the gate leakage current and the short channel effect. Maybe in future one could add Smith triggers on the input so that we will reduce the confusion was when we input, let's say, a square wave. Smith triggers can help into, because they have almost 3 stages. So you know that from 0 to 1, that's a low state, and then there is also an intermediate state, and then we have a high state. So with Smith triggers, you're going to reduce that, because they will be able to determine that at what voltage you'll be able, the MOSFET to turn on and off. These are some of the references which are related to this work.
Thank you very much.
Any question from the audience?
One is 1%.
Oh, this thing.
1 G, 1 G.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Maybe I am invited to be keynote speaker for the conference, but tomorrow, my keynote is tomorrow for the online system. And that is the paper of one of my assistants for my PhD student who work in the city of Siegen, where I am coming from. The city is one of the cities in the area, the most populous German people in the state of North Rhine-Westphalia. So, if you look at the situation that I am trying to make it short, my institute is that I am heading the Institute of AI Knowledge-Based System and Knowledge Management. It's about 25 years as I get the chair and the university. We are working more on the detail of artificial intelligence coming from the knowledge. That is the main key of the establishing an artificial intelligence system is the knowledge. You have the computer, you have the expert, but this transfer together could make a little bit intelligent, and then we are coming to describe intelligent based is that on the human knowledge plus creativity of the person. If you have a creativity plus your experiences about what you are doing, and sometimes it's coming into the digitalization into the computer, then we are talking about artificial intelligence. And then, if you distribute it under the artificial intelligence, you are the cognitivity process. And then after the cognitivity process, you are coming into the learning process. And then come to the decision-making process, and then recommender system, and all of these processes together, we are trying to find out in which of them we have to demand something to control the artificial intelligence. Because right now we are trying to find out where is that possible to take over the controlling, not giving out of them to the artificial intelligence sometimes would be out of control. As right now in the military, the people thinking about that. So if you look at that the application domains is Industry 4.0, and right now, particularly in the industrial countries like Germany and so on. Then in the medication and the care, and then particularly a smart city. But is that possible to go? And if you look at that round, knowledge representation, one of the important points, and then if you look at the text mining and the data mining, that means what we are going into the document and then selected from the text, something is knowledge and so on. And then data mining, then coming to learning process, and then semantic technology, recommender system, and the knowledge base. All of them is the knowledge base. Here you see the small representation model, that means knowledge graph. Knowledge graph is just that you have different sources, but the connection between the sources is the knowledge that you have in the system. So that is the whole of the process. What we are teaching is that area, the knowledge base, the knowledge management, software engineering, and for the mechatronic student, because they all half engineer and half software developer and so on. And then go to solution. Knowledge portal for the recommender system. Today, in the medicine and in the engineering process, the people are working with the knowledge-based modeling, with the knowledge-based system. But the important point is, how is the knowledge-based model a recommender system? That means you have the knowledge enough, you have a very, very much data and knowledge, you have to integrate it together, but we are not able. The system should do that. But if he is available about huge kind of the data and document, then we expect it to have a recommendation. Do we that or not? And that is the point that is absolutely important. Intelligent and a smart application. In this project, maybe I go a little bit faster that you see. We have a project with the name Local Digital. That the Interior Minister of Germany, they give us the money. We are about 1 million maybe around euro, that we are going to find out if in a small city is possible to be intelligent. In a small city, very small city as a model. And this city is a small city, about 25,000 people. But it is close to the bigger city, Zike. And this city is bigger to Düsseldorf, Cologne, maybe you know, and then it's a Frankfurt. That is exactly in the middle of most population part of Germany. If you are able to make it, this is small, then we can distribute it to all other regions. Look at that, all possible aspects making a system digital or making a system smart. We are looking for people who are not able to do everything. We are looking for the kids who are not able to do things in the cities that possible. If you are looking for the pollution has an influences of the traffic. The traffic is influences of the pollution, and the pollution has influences of the water quality, of the society. A lot of this change together is combined together to make a city a little bit intelligent. We are not able to make absolutely intelligent. We are able to go and see that this city, with all the components that the city come together, maybe it's possible to do in that area a little bit better. We are not able to make a city like Johannesburg or like Kapstadt smart. It's not possible. We have to go to recognize in which area we are able to do that. If you are able to recognize, then is that possible to make some of the points, some of the ideas into that area. Look at that. The region, the point that, for example, in this city is important. You look here maybe, digitalization of the housing, care and health topic, local region topic, cross-sectional methods like knowledge management and learning and knowledge transfer. If the people have some ideas in the city should learn everything from the normal people and then can apply for the next one. If I don't have any problem, then I am in the city, okay. But if I get something to change it, I have a recommendation, the system should be able to take all my recommendation or all my action. If I have a problem with anything in the city, with the electricity, with the water, with dangerous situation, with something for the kids and so on, the system should take it and then learn that. And if the system learnable is, then it can recommend it to the next neighborhood, to the next party, to the city administration to improve together. In this, that is, for example, this project is a 3-year project. The first year, that's on 2021, what we have to do, here you can read, I don't need to read all of them. The 2022, I have to make this stuff, and then at the final, testing and evaluation, modularization and transfer activity. That means, as the project was finished, we would like to transfer it to the 11 other communal areas with the population in the same form as this city. And that is what that's the idea for the money that we got it together. How many time I have to other? 5 minutes, okay? Then information and metadata management in the content of management systems. The local digital concept, the content management system as a basic for the realization of different user roles and content creation process. That is building the information portal in form of building block model. This building block is that what the customer connection to, what the customers interact to. And then the knowledge base is filled and updated via expert of the city. The city, any city, they have an expert, but they don't know sometimes, they don't know the exact problem in the city. Because if they know the exact problem of the city, they don't have budget for that. And their priorities is that to do this one. They have to go to the another part of the city, but this problem, which is come from the neighborhood, from the people, they ignore that. And then this system should give them the opportunity, a project team, to work at that participation of the local contributor, create of the network of the organization related to the local digital topic areas such as the system, and the professional caregivers. You know that is the people in Germany, in Germany and in Japan, they are more old people. These two countries, they have most old people than any other countries. And they have the problem, because if someone is an Alzheimer, it costs in Germany 200,000 euro per year. The system cost doesn't matter. The later he is coming into the Alzheimer, the better it is for the health system, for the society, for the city, and then for the financial situation in Germany and so on. Automated creation of external sources. A lot of this action as the people are disabled at home, and they have not the opportunity to go to any part of the city and then order company to do something with the wash machine, to order someone to come to home and to make it, for example, electricity or something. That is the problem for the people who are old and alone, or that is a little bit disabled as well. And this system should have them, support them, because in the small cities, particularly in the small city, they are out of services all over. And then this additional functionality, search, sort, and filter function, usage of extensive metadata, such as categories, tags, etc., for improvement, digital consultation assistant, creation of a link library, usage of the natural language processing, NLP, and text mining for the knowledge curation. The text mining here is that how can I get into the document? The data is okay, the data is available, but how can I go into the text? How can I be able to select something from different documents, millions of the documents, writing in the newspaper about that? How can I go to find it exactly, that part that I needed and so on? I don't know exactly which newspaper in Frankfurt writing about this and this and this financial situation today has been offered by the chancellor, But if I am able to go for the text, what is the content of the text, then I have to apply text mining. Creation of transferable building blocks, and then it's just maybe the last result of this project. Look, of the one side, if you have a system to give the address and location, you have ability to contact someone and then the location for that caregiver, or in this situation for any administrator or any company who is doing something in the city, and then you are able to get information from the system. Doesn't matter in which form, in which area you are looking for, that the system should be able to ask you about something and then give you the recommendation about for this and this and this process, you can go, for example, to this shopping, to this shop, to this repair shop, or something like that. That is the result of this system that, as a project of the PhD, is that. Thank you so much. I have another 200 slide, but it is I think for this 10 minutes.
If you don't mind, let me ask you one quick question. Professor
Majid.
Sorry.
Yep.
Is in performing this project of the smart city, we're talking about, from the backside, we're talking about some Internet of Things. Okay? This Internet of Things cannot be just touched it as cloud physical system from sensor, actuators, and the security of all those cards are still behind it. We're assuming that everything is processed on the cloud side. Analytics is on the cloud side. Now, on 21, 22, 23 on the outline, when I see, I was at least watching if there's any, of course it might be within one of them, 2022, that's my assumption. The security of IoT security, for those kind of things, is missing element. I feel that maybe if I missed it correctly, that's number one. Number two, from the healthcare perspective, I know it just perform a lot of stuff, but still, again from the security perspective, I'm sorry, that's very important. The identity management system that you deploy within this system is critical, because anything can happen. The health system can be shut off. Assuming that the integrity of data, whatever, is intact. I'm not because if we talk about that, we'll be more example. So, how did you guys put any strategy for that?
If you look at the process that has been proposed, the process that should be on line that has been processed. One of the important points is that how we are able to be secure on the data transfer. But here is that the data, we are looking for the document. We are looking for the knowledge and experiences that people have in any form collected, and we have the access as well. As having data in the cloud, that is something else as having the data taken from the people. The point is that the city gives us the opportunity to access the data about everything, about all the Alzheimer and all the caregivers around, all the data that the city has available. That is the data. They have their own security form. But in this situation, if we are able to access the data, we have, of course, we have to take care about that every minute, not every. Because last week, our city. If you look at that, the city is closed. The city, the whole of the city, Zigen and Kamkwa, has an attack. Until now, it is 1 week, they are not able to reconstruct the situation. So that is the point that you have mentioned. It's absolutely number one. And particularly in Germany, because any names in Germany has to be supported If you take today, if you take any administration in Germany and ask my name, they will never give you the name. But of the other side, the attacker, they are able to do that. For the second question that you mean that is in a strategy, you know, in part of the examination in Germany is rather old, because the conservative people in Germany, they are not able to change it, because for the years they are one of the industry region countries. They are doing good things. They are economically best of the Europe, maybe one of the best in the world and so on. So that they think this is okay. Why we have to change it something? Why we have to go to it? Right now they think they have to change it. They have to, in 20 years ago, 50 years ago, if they make a Mercedes, the Mercedes should work 50 years. 50 years. Right now they say, no, nobody would like to have, people would like to change after 10 years. The car is that not for the 50 years, should go for the 10 years. This process, this strategy change in Germany. So that we are coming into a little bit into freedom to make access to data in the city. That is a big changes in countries like in Germany and so on. So the strategy for getting data from people, data from different areas, learning, and then give it back into the small city. Because the city is 25,000, you know. That is the strategy. Giving the data, learning the system, let the system learn that, bring it into the algorithm to calculate it. For example, if someone is coming to calculate the way that this is coming, maybe it's sooner than others or something, and then document it for the people, the same and so. If that work, this strategy would go to the 11 another region and they have.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
By the way, let me tell you one good experience. It happened just 3 weeks ago while I was teaching in the class. One of my students has a smartphone. No, he has some sugar level, whatever management here, rated, and all the record is coming to his phone. Then in the middle of the class, the phone just alarmed like he's sick. The wife called, his doctor called, his brother called, everybody's calling, feeling that he's sick. But it was not, he was fine, he was in the class, and he doesn't look at, I'm not a doctor, but he was not that much. He doesn't look anyway sick. Then he was surprised. Guess what happened? His phone was compromised, somebody was playing with the song. Then he just released some information there, and things get, and he has to go ahead and start the system, whatever, and the doctor just calmed him down, and we just finished the class and like, look, from health perspective, you know, I'm just talking about the sugar, he's talking about Alzheimer, the same thing, you know, somebody can go and do anything else at any time, so it requires access to control management, is very critical, those kind of things. Thank you. You're nice.
Sorry, I'll be very fast.
Thank you very much. I've got it to you morning. That is enough. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry about the time. I'll be very fast because I have two different papers. Why is not displayed? So I have to complete it.
I'm going to move that.
name of the disk?
Here, it says open the click share drive and start the software application.
It's ready to share it.
Let me quickly check. Sorry for the delay.
Sorry for that.
No, it's not.
Contract. Can I help you?
Okay, go down.
Desktop and on the desktop from desktops. Desktop C,
This one, right?
session C. Like,
No, this is yours? Yeah, this one. Okay, so open this one. It's not this one, but
Okay, down, close this one. Close it. Now, come on.
yeah, it's mine. All right, so let's stop it there. Okay. All right, thank you very much. I'll take a bit fast. This is a paper of one of my students. It's from the Double University of Technology. Myself, I'm Sasakabea from the Electrical Power Engineering. So the topic is the optimal placement of electrical vehicle charging station in the distribution network of the power loss. So I'll just run fast for the background, don't give it up the discussion. So this is the overall, the context of the work. And most of people now are talking about the advanced grid network, which is the smart grid. So actually we are still having the conventional network, which is the traditional one, in the grid where we're sitting now, the traditional, the conventional now. So it's too well established, you cannot abandon the actual system that we are now to go to the smart grid. So what we need to do, we need to extend. So to make the actual grid where we are, actually to make it more advanced instead of another way, we need to upgrade it. And the next step. So the traditional grid where we now is unidirectional, in that the power is coming from a specific power plant to the customer, to the demand. So now, advanced grid, which is a smart grid, which we need to upgrade, the situation is different. So the customer are also having some impacts on the power system, because the customer also can also connect, can also be like a supply source to the grid. Now the power become bidirectional, in that customer receiving power from ESCOM, then power source, and customer can also generate power from renewable energy and inject it to the grid. So this system becomes bidirectional. And then the grid becomes more advanced, and we call it a smart grid. So actually, the last one is here. This is the actual technology with this large deployment of electrical vehicle, the power system. So we do have these two technologies here. We call one is a vehicle to grid technology and grid to vehicle technology. Vehicle to grid technology is also like a generator. So the vehicle, the battery of electrical vehicle can also inject power to the grid. So it can also be part of distributed generator. And sometimes it can play a role as a load. And this study is quite like, is a forecasting strategy on at which point to inject a distributed generator or a group of electrical vehicle which serve as a generator in a power grid to avoid instability. So because you cannot just decide to inject multiple electrical vehicles which serve as a generator to any point of the power system, the grid may collapse. So we need to specify at which points to inject such that we can maintain the grid stable. So now the students, so that's part of the network reconfiguration methods. So this is part of the study to reconfigure the network such that to maintain the power system, the overall power system stable all the time. So now what point at which to inject. So the student here has applied the particle swarm optimization algorithm. He applied the improve, which is the hybrid one, which is the genetic algorithm plus the particle swarm optimization. So in this here, first we need to model the system, the overall system, which is a very complex model. Like I said, the network configuration problem is an optimization problem model, which is very complex because there are many combinations and exponentially number of, so a lot of switches around the network, switch on, off. So that makes the system very complex, meaning that we need a very complex model that has to be developed. It's a non-linear system, no differentiable, and there are also constraints. Because when we are solving this complex multi-objective equation, there are also constraints. For example, the voltage around the different nodes must be maintained within a certain range. In per unit, for example, the voltage across different buses in the network must be about plus minus 1 per unit to make it stable. So it must not be higher than 1 per unit, and the grid will collapse and be unstable. So we need to observe. There is also a constraint on reactive power limits. We cannot go over a certain reactive. So we need to solve this complex equation, which is non-linear, taking account of also the constraints that make a multi-objective problem. Okay? So there are several researchers has attempted to solve the power distribution network using various techniques. And those techniques are subject to several limitations. For example, here we can see the Newton-Raphson technique or the Seidel approach. So this technique, the limitation that is maybe the number of iterations and the time can take to solve a complex problem. So that's why the approach in this paper is trying to use this genetic algorithm and the particle swarm optimization, combine them, and to solve this complex problem, and to get, and it was done in MATLAB. An example, just apply this, is a sample system, which is attributed to 3 buses in a radial network. Right? And those are the first objective problem is the power losses. So that need to be minimized. This is just a simplified network. So we need to minimize the power losses. That's the first objective equation. And the second one, we have also the voltage equation at different nodes, the reactive power at different nodes, the active power at different node. Is a very complex equation, but those K represent the number of buses. And there's also current and the apparent power, and those are the constants. So putting them together and solve, so the student has decided to use this particle swarm optimization to solve this complex problem. And that's the network, one source and different buses, and then they try to solve it. And those are the algorithms that are developed. Genetic algorithm is the flow chart. This is the flow chart of particle swarm optimization. So the combination of the two. And at the end of the day, he has done some evaluation and come up with these results based on the voltage in different buses, just to prove that in terms of, there are also a table which is not should be on the paper, which explain the different iteration based on the different GA particle swarm optimization, improved particle swarm optimization, and the hybrid, so combine the two. So there are iteration, and the last one has been proved to be more performant compared to the other approach. This is another graph, just to justify the per units, the voltage. And this is before a configuration and after a configuration. More detail can be found on the paper itself. And this is also different, the result on the power loss reduction. And conclusion, the student that just found that they had breed the combined one, GA and particle swarm optimization is more performant compared to the other techniques in order to solve the network power system. And I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any question?
So let us go to the second one.
Yeah, the last presentation is
this one needs to be also very, very much. My accent is from the French-speaking background, right? Okay, so this is another one. It's a review of the technology and problem faced by electrical vehicle. That's second. So in this one, I will move straight. This also is another paper of one of my students. It's Tomela here, and I'm presenting it on here. This still is from the Department of Electrical Power Engineering, and then. I'll just move straight to the methodology. So this is the structure of the electrical vehicle itself. So you see that there's a mechanical load, But the focus of the study is on the electrical parts. For example, here we do have the machines, the motor, there's a power electronics converter, there's a battery, and there's a controller that's controlling the duty cycle and the power electronics. So the power electronics in order to control the input parameter of the machines. And there's a drive command. So I'll try to go through different components, how to do the modeling and come up with some of the problem in this sequence. So this is a multidisciplinary camp with drive system, because you can find many applications of the drive system. It's not only electrical vehicle, but you can find it in a conveyor, the mining conveyor system. We can find it in wind generator, and but the focus here was on electrical vehicle only. So we look on the power electronic, the machines, the machine, power electronic. We talk about a bit the control theory, the mechanical system modeling, sensor, and there is also this interaction between the grids and the drive. So this is the model from the structure of the electrical machine. I've just represented the model here. This is just a simplified equivalent circuit of a DC motor. And from this, we come up with this equation. So this equation is a model of that simplified circuit. So now, we need to control the speed, the torque, or position. The speed, or position, and the torque. So we need to control the drive system. So there's a PI controller which needs to be designed, okay, to control the output torque. So the process of the design. So this is in order to control the electromagnetic torque. This is the inner current loop. Remember, this is the armature current of the machines, which is proportional to the electromagnetic torque. So controlling the armature currents, then we control the electromagnetic torque. So this is the loop, this is the model of the machines, and that is the controller. And then this is just for the torque control based on this equation. So here, so we need to come up with another equation or block diagram to control the speed. So this was also done. So this is the one, combine the two. We combine the inner loop, which controls the torque. If we multiply by this torque constant, so you're going to also control the speed, because the speed, if you do this, you see that. So the objective is to maintain the motor in the currents which we design, and also we're going to control the torque as well as the speed. And all right. So those are just statements in terms of the response time. The inner loop is always fast than the in terms of response. So just first to do the modeling. This is the modeling part that has been done, and also the power electronics converter. Remember that we're controlling the duty cycle, the on-off, because the duty cycle is the ratio between the two, the input and output. So duty cycle. So we need to control. So there's also a selection of power electronics converter, which one we should select in the drive system. Okay? So here, when you are selecting that one, the first one, you come up with this explain the half-bridge converter allow only generation of unipolar output voltage. but this limitation is overcome by using this full bridge converter. So that's something that we found out. And if we move, so the next one is the first part was for the DC machine, DC motor within the drive system. So you also test for the AC motor and you select the induction motor within the drive system. And also you do the sampling connected to the load. You also do the modeling. So this is step-by-step modeling. And this is the overall transfer function, including the PI controller. And we come up with this function. And the simulation was run. So just click on this. You use software to call it, it's a benchmark software that CM board that was developed in the USA to run this stuff. And he applied different technique for the control. So the DC motor, when I was talking about the DC motor, in order to control here is simple. We just apply straight the PI controller because those controllers are linear. But the AC is very complex because it's not, AC is not a linear system. So applying a non-linear controller has also some problematic effect on the steady state error. So you cannot use a PI controller, which is a linear controller, to control the non-linear system. So there's some way that you explain that limitation, that problem. There's also in this limitation of when using the voltage frequency control, if you are follow that linear region of control, but if you keep increasing the, for example, if you planning to increase the frequency, you'll be increasing also the voltage if you're operating in that linear region. So, or the converter inside the drive has certain voltage limits. You cannot go over a certain voltage rate of the converter. So if you go over, then you affect the converter, the internal parameter of the drive. So for that, we need to limit the voltage at certain point. We cannot go further. But the frequency, we can still continue to find. But it has also effect on the flux, because the electromagnetic torque is proportional to the frequency, and then which is another problem. And another technique here is a vector control of induction machines. The vector control is to convert the ABC parameter to DQ. ABC is the AC, convert it to DQ, which you can then apply the linear controller, which is a PI or PID. But you notice that's the complexity of the controller. Those are the modeling and the simulation ones. And there's also another direct control methods and some of the power electronics converter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any question? That's it for the day. Thank you very much, everybody. And let's have one picture together. Yes. All of us together. You and me, we present. Yeah. No, these are no certificate is not training.
Okay. I'm not likely to have
Yes. Too bad. Let's have one picture, you and me. Yeah. Then everybody together.
Hold it.
Come on. Go to Margie. Maybe before. And
photographer.
Thank you. Thank you.
Whose phone is this?
Thank you.
Thank you.